Got Parker Thune here. Always appreciate Parker stopping by to provide his insight, his perspective, and his expertise. OU Insider and KREF Sports. That's noon to 3 Eastern, noon to 3 Central Time every Monday through Friday. Parker, how you doing today?
Doing great, Mark. Always a pleasure to join the show.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. Let's start with the last two commits in the door, both at the wide receiver position. We've got Marcus Harris out of California, Mater Dei High School, of course, famous for producing NFL-type talent. Emmanuel Choice, a little bit further down the list of wide receivers, but still pretty prized commodity out of Lancaster.
Yeah, Mark, those are two big pickups for Emmett Jones, who has just done a phenomenal job on the recruiting end of things since joining Oklahoma's staff near a year and a half ago. He was hired in January of 2023, and really ever since, he's been tremendous as a recruiter. The addition of Marcus Harris was super interesting because Oklahoma really wasn't involved in that recruitment for the longest time, at least not ostensibly. He had visited in September of 2022. Unofficially, when he was just a sophomore in high school. But he had not been back to Oklahoma since that time when he took his official visit earlier this month. He had dropped a top 5 that did not include Oklahoma. Emmett Jones came to the decision that, you know what, I'm going to make a run at this kid late in the process, and that's exactly what Oklahoma did. He didn't get his official visit booked until the day before he showed up, so it all came together very spur of the moment, very late in the process, but he got on campus, loved it. He committed before leaving, and obviously I think what Oklahoma fans are now expecting later today is a commitment from 4-star 2026 quarterback Jaden O'Neal from Harbor City, California. He was on the visit with Marcus Harris. Those two go back a long way, and so of course, we won't know until the decision comes down, but the expectation for some time has been that Jaden O'Neal is going to be a Sooner, and I know that having him there in town and connecting with Marcus Harris certainly increased Harris's level of comfort in what he'd be getting himself into at Oklahoma, with O'Neal presumably coming down the chute as well for the Sooners. And then Emmanuel Choice, you mentioned, I love this kid. And Emmett Jones was the very first to offer him a scholarship, as a matter of fact. It's not often that Oklahoma will be the first scholarship offer for a prospect, but they were his first offer back in May of 2023. As it stands today, he's got standing offers from 34 FBS institutions. So Emmett Jones knew what he was looking at before anybody else did with Manny Choice, and Choice himself really valued that from Emmett Jones, valued the fact that he was the first to see the potential, that he wasn't really deterred, because Emmett Jones came from Texas Tech. At Texas Tech, if you're the first school to offer a kid that doesn't yet have any FBS interest, that's almost the expectation. Texas Tech is famous for being the first to offer kids in the state of Texas, especially, and being early on their evaluations because they kind of have to be. Oklahoma is afforded a little bit more luxury in that department, in that they don't have to eval a kid early typically to be able to have a solid shot at his commitment. And so you really don't need to be scouring the Lone Star State, or any state for that matter, for kids that have not yet picked up FBS scholarship offers yet. That's exactly what Emmett Jones was doing. He ran across Manny Choice and now ends up winning out over TCU, over USC, over Texas A&M, Texas, Missouri. There were schools all over the country that wanted this kid. I love his potential, love his ceiling. He's 6'4", and you'll find very few guys that are 6'4" that move as naturally and as fluidly as he does. So he's only a 3-star right now. But I think that's a kid that could have a very, very successful and very productive collegiate career if developed properly in a system like Oklahoma's.
When in doubt, folks, check the offers out. The rankings, there can be a large disparity between the 3 major services. Check out the offers. And again, with an entire season to be played in high school football, those rankings can change considerably as well. Any other names out there that seem to be leaning in Oklahoma's direction, or that they want to be pulling in their direction?
Well, I mentioned Jaden O'Neal. I think that one goes Oklahoma's way later today. They're closing in on a pledge from 4-star Weatherford, Oklahoma defensive end CJ Nixon. That one is expected to become official here pretty shortly as well. So that's another one that OU fans are actively waiting on. They made a big surge at the Champ U barbecue with 4-star edge rusher Max Granville out of the Houston area, who to that point, the Intel favored Texas A&M and Penn State, USC were also actively involved there, but Oklahoma got the last OV, really made it count. And then moreover, they're, I guess, in a holding pattern with the top prospect in the state of North Dakota, Cade Petchak. He took official visits to Wisconsin on May 31st, Oklahoma on June 7th, Nebraska on June 14th, and Kansas State just this past weekend, June 21st. So the Sooners are expecting his commitment. When that comes down, I'm not exactly sure, but that is expected to take place, and it shouldn't be too much longer. So the Sooners have 17 verbal commits right now as we stand here on June 24th. That number could creep as high as 19 or even 20 by the end of the month of June.
Parker, we're into 3 recruiting cycles with Brent Venables. I'm guessing we had about 5 to 6 with Lincoln Riley. If we put those offers, those targets, those signees, the map down, the list of players, the rankings, is there any discernible difference in the approach, the level of player, the part of the country, anything like that?
No, there certainly is. And, I think what Venables has demonstrated is a couple of things. One, it's almost, and it's almost kind of paradoxical the way that this has played out, but you've seen an increased emphasis on local recruiting, Oklahoma and Texas specifically, because DFW is just 2 hours south of Norman. So right across the Red River there, Oklahoma recruits very heavily from DFW and the rest of the state of Texas. Oklahoma and Texas is really the lifeblood for Oklahoma on the recruiting trail. And that's Venables' mission, is to make it the lifeblood. But we're also seeing him pull prospects from places that Lincoln Riley nor any other Oklahoma coach in the recent past, Bob Stoops, John Blake, whoever, you're seeing him pull players from states that none of those coaches ever touched, like North Dakota, for instance. They signed a player from the state of Minnesota last year in highly coveted defensive end Wyatt Gilmore. They've signed several players in recent years from the state of Washington. They've gone to Nebraska, a state that they hadn't touched in almost half a century. They've gone to Colorado. They've gone all the way up to New Jersey in some cases. And so you're seeing Brent Venables take the Oklahoma brand to places that it has not yet, or I should say not historically been on the recruiting trail, but you're still seeing the nucleus of Oklahoma's recruiting classes come from that local radius, Oklahoma and Texas. So in terms of philosophy, that's the major shift in my mind. And then also, I think the one thing that stands out about Venables' recruiting, and this was kind of expected when he took over, Lincoln Riley was very famous for signing incredible skill position players, some of the top skill position offensive players in the country. On the defensive side of the ball was where things kind of lagged behind. And Venables, in no small part because of the core of assistants that he has compiled at Oklahoma, has demonstrated an ability to recruit both sides of the ball with equal aplomb. And you see a ton of balance in the first 3 classes that he has assembled at the University of Oklahoma. You're seeing them recruit the secondary very well, the defensive line very well. Obviously, Brent Venables is going to recruit linebackers at a high level. Bill Bedenbaugh is one of the top offensive line coaches in the country. He's always going to get some big boys up front that are capable of getting on the field early and being future NFL mainstays. At Oklahoma, the lineage and the great tradition at the quarterback position means you will always have quarterbacks that want to come wear the crimson and cream. And then wide receivers and running backs, you've got DeMarco Murray and you've got Emmett Jones, 2 of the absolute best in the nation with their positions. There's no weakness in recruiting right now as far as any singular position group is concerned for Oklahoma. And that is a dynamic that these fans are certainly enjoying.
We've got Parker Thune on the line. We appreciate Parker stopping by on a regular basis. Catch the Daily Dose, though, on KREF Sports Monday through Friday, noon to 3 Central Time, and OU Insider on Rivals. So I'll make this as a statement, not against Oklahoma or Brent Venables. Has nothing to do. It's just the business of college football. It's all about college football. So we've got Brent Venables here in the last couple of days. signing a 6-year contract extension, $51.6 million. That's $8.5 million per season. So the deal, Parker, would be that he's into a 6-year contract. Let's say, Sooner fans, forgive me, 8-4, 7-5, and let's say the third year he's on a hot seat, he loses his job. They've got a big buyout on their hands. If he succeeds, they're probably tearing this thing up in 2 or 3 years anyway, and jacking him up with Kirby Smart at $13 million. That pay scale is obviously on the inflation scale, just like everything else. So again, this is not a statement against Oklahoma or Brent Venables. It's more about just the way business is done in college football. You got to retain your coach. You got to show that he's going to be there for a while. But is there anything nuanced to this that is different to the OU Venables equation of why it was done now?
Well, as I do with many things that happen at Oklahoma and across the rest of the college football world, Mark, I want to try to look at this through the lens of recruiting, because I think it's pretty well known around these parts, and you don't even necessarily have to be in the Oklahoma camp to understand that Brent Venables is committed to being at Oklahoma for the long haul. He wants, I think ideally, and he hasn't said this, but in so many words, he has hinted at the fact that he would like this to be his only head coaching job. And he would like to coach Oklahoma well into not only the SEC transition, but beyond. And so Brent Venables wants to be here. Oklahoma wants him here in Norman, Oklahoma. And so there's a commitment on both sides. And it's important to clarify. It's not a 6-year extension. It's a 2-year extension of his previous contract. So that takes it 6 more years from where we sit today through the 2029 season. But previously his contract ran through 2027. Now it runs through 2029. So $400,000 raise. So you can basically chalk that up. That's an inflation raise. But as I see it, and as I look at it through the lens of recruiting, this is an extra measure of stability that I think is afforded to recruits and their parents and their extended families. Whenever they come to Oklahoma, they have the assurance that Brent Venables is going to be at Oklahoma for the entirety of their tenure there. And that's an important thing to be able to sell to recruits, is if you're Brent Venables and you have a kid walking in your office, let's say this past weekend, they had their big recruiting weekend, right? And there are going to be players, and they're especially parents, that ask about your contract situation, your level of satisfaction. Hey, if we commit to the University of Oklahoma, can we count on the fact that you're going to be here to see my son's collegiate career through, and that you're going to be there to coach him every step of the way? And if your contract only runs through 2027, well, you can't make that promise. If your contract runs through 2029, you can. And so I think this is a reflection. I think what this shows, what this reflects on both ends, is that Brent Venables is committed to be at Oklahoma in the long haul. Oklahoma is committed to everything that Brent Venables has cultivated foundationally, culturally. They believe they have the right formula heading into the SEC. And they don't want there to be any question in the minds of recruits who travel to Norman and consider the University of Oklahoma as an option for their matriculation. They don't want there to be any question in those kids' minds that if they come to Oklahoma, they're not going to have to worry about getting caught up in the coaching carousel, which is something, we see it every offseason, Mark. There are major coaching moves. There are assistants that take bigger jobs. There are head coaches that uproot their entire staff and take them with them to other places. See Jed Fish at Washington, for instance. And so I think what this reflects is that everybody at the administrative level and in the Switzer Center at the University of Oklahoma believes that this is going to work. There's a blueprint here. We have our guy. Our guy doesn't want to go anywhere. And we don't want anybody that walks in here to have any misconceptions about what the future of Oklahoma football looks like if they want to be a part of it.
All good points. 2 assistants, DeMarco Murray and Miguel Chavis, also given contract extensions. Were they just due, or is that a reward for a job well done?
It's a little bit of both. I think obviously, you look at the work that this Oklahoma staff is doing right now on the whole, whether it's recruiting or whether it's development. Everybody deserves a pat on the back for a job well done. I don't think there's any assistant coach on Oklahoma's staff that hasn't pulled their weight through 2 years of the Venables era. And granted, it hasn't been a smashing success yet. 6-7 in year 1, 10-3 in year 2, but it was never going to be an overnight fix at Oklahoma with the hand that Lincoln Riley left for Brent Venables on his way out the door. And so I think there is an acknowledgement, and this kind of goes back to the Venables contract, right? This thing is headed in the right direction. It's not there are no microwave solutions in college football. There are certainly instances where a coach like Sonny Dykes, right, has an amazing year out of nowhere. First year at TCU, they go play for the national championship, and then what happens? The crash and burn comes the following year. So it's very, very difficult to have microwave success in college football. What you have to do is you have to lay the foundation. You have to reshape the culture. You have to establish your vision. And then you have to really from there, just build and build and build and build towards a program and not just a team. Because you think about it, a team is 1 year. A program is broader than just one season. If you want to build a championship program and not just a championship team, you got to take steps along the way. You can't take one giant step. You got to take a bunch of small steps. And so what I perceive at Oklahoma is that all of these assistants are satisfied where they're at as of right now. And who knows, maybe a big time coordinator gig or even a head coaching gig comes up for one of them this offseason. You can never rule that out these days. But there's a lot of camaraderie within that building and a lot of belief that, hey, if we stick together, if we band together, as long as we're in it, not necessarily for a decade, but if we're in it together for several years at Oklahoma, we have the opportunity to build something and be part of something that's really cool and really unique across the landscape of college football, because rare are the staffs these days, especially at this level, Mark, that can stick together for that long.
Absolutely. Nomadic industry, no doubt. It always has been, and even more so now than it's ever been. You mentioned assistant coaches and their goals and their aspirations. Seth Luttrell has been a head coach. He's an offensive coordinator now, of course, taking over for Jeff Lebby. Real indications of a different philosophy approach, or is he going to not mess with a good thing?
There's going to be some interesting, I would say, nuance to Seth Luttrell's offense that you haven't yet seen from Oklahoma throughout the Riley era, throughout the Lebby era, as those two are obviously the previous offensive masterminds for the Sooners. And from everything I've heard from sources within the building, there are going to be structural similarities to what Lebby does. And pretty much any offensive coordinator these days that's running a pretty modern scheme, you're going to have basic tenets that carry over from playbook to playbook. And so I think there will be some natural similarities, but I think there are also, beyond that, some additional similarities in the way that Luttrell and Lebby kind of visualize their offense, visualize success, and lay the groundwork thereof. But you will see some things from Luttrell that you did not see from Lebby, and you will not see some things from Luttrell that you did see from Lebby. And I don't know. I would like if I had to put a number on it, I would say there's going to be a 60-70% resemblance to what Oklahoma fans have been accustomed to the last couple of years in terms of the offensive scheme. But there will be a lot of novelties. There will be things that you see on a Saturday now with Seth Luttrell calling the shots that are new and that you haven't seen before. I think one thing that Oklahoma fans would like to see is a bit of a slower pace offensively, and I think that can be expected. Lebby was a hurry-up guy. They were going to get down the field as fast as possible, press the defense, force the issue. Don't know that we're going to see exactly that same mentality with Luttrell at the controls. I think they'll still go fast. I think there will still be an element of tempo, but I also think you'll see them huddle more than we've been accustomed to.
Parker Thune, OU Insider on Rivals, KREF Sports, Monday through Friday, noon to 3 Central Time. I'm combining a question in the chat about the center position in particular with what I'm reading here in Athlon from an opposing SEC assistant coach who is highly questioning the offensive line's preparedness for the SEC. So the center position in particular, if you've got a beat on that, and then also just general offensive line uncertainty heading into a better league.
I think it's fair to have some concerns about where Oklahoma's offensive line is at heading into the SEC. I think that's natural. I think that's perfectly fair. The Sooners lose all 5 starters up front. Anytime you lose all 5 starters, it's going to be a bit of a mystery box, if you will, as to what you get the following year. And the Sooners did a good job in the transfer portal of bringing in some experienced contributors, guys that are plug-and-play starters. Fabechi Weewu from North Texas, Garen Hatchett from Washington. Most recently, Branson Hickman from SMU, who's going to be the program's starting center this fall. So the pieces are there. The talent is there. The question is, and it's always a question with the offensive line, regardless of how many starters you're replacing, how well will they mesh as a unit? Because you can have 5 high-level football players up front, but if they aren't working in coordination with one another, you're going to have problems. And that's where Bill Bedenbaugh's expertise and his penchant as a coach comes into play. I think, and it's becoming a more common sentiment around here in Oklahoma, Mark. I think the Oklahoma offensive line is actually going to be surprisingly strong relative to the national expectation, because I do think there's that perception that Oklahoma might not get outright bulldozed, but that they'll have issues up front. What I see, and I was talking to somebody this past weekend, a good source on the matter, who said, look, here's what'll probably happen. It'll take them 3 weeks, which you look at their non-conference slate. It's Temple, it's Houston, and it's Tulane. 3 games that Oklahoma should win. So it'll take them 3 weeks. They'll have some things to work through. They'll have some kinks to work out. But once they do, they're going to be completely solid.
I saw a Pro Football Focus grade on Hickman that was really solid, considers him a high-level player. And speaking of which, PFF with OU at number 13 in the nation. Phil Steele has his power ranking, which indicates how good he thinks the team is. Then he combines it with the schedule. He's got Oklahoma as the 7th best team in the country. Now he combines that with the difficult SEC schedule, and he's got a number 20 ranking. Athlon says the Sooners at number 16, number 8 in the SEC. How much of that's reality versus just giving Oklahoma its typical due respect as a brand?
Yeah, well, I think there's, we were having this conversation last night on the OU Insider Under the Visor podcast, but I think there's some truth on both fronts when you're talking about the transition for Oklahoma to the SEC. Is on the one hand, yes, there needs to be some respect to hold out for what Oklahoma is as a brand, the coaching staff that they have in place, and the talent that they have not only retained on the defensive side, but brought in on the offensive side to set themselves up well for 2024. But also the SEC is a meat grinder. And so I don't really know where I stand. I think it's going to be hard to render a definitive judgment until we see some games this fall. Non-conference play might not tell us everything, but I think it'll start to give us a sense of who's real and who's not in the SEC. But Oklahoma's not going to be a pushover in the SEC. By no means are they going to walk in and dominate that conference. That should not be the expectation that anyone has, even the most diehard of Sooner fans. And I would hope that there's nobody that does have that expectation. There's going to be an adjustment period into the SEC, no question about it. But Oklahoma's not going to jump into that conference and be an also-ran. That is not their standard. That is not their expectation. And you look at the talent that they have on both sides of the ball heading into 2024. That's not a 6-7 win team. That's an 8-9, maybe 10 win team.
Is there a concern, Parker, whether it's from the fan base or from people that are more in the know, a more reasonable concern that Texas is getting away, that 2023 was a strong indication of where Texas football is headed, and maybe they're getting away from Oklahoma, even though the Sooners, of course, won the game on the field?
Yeah, no, I don't think so, Mark. And I think, look, if you if you look at Oklahoma and Texas's seasons, their respective seasons in 2023, certainly Texas made the college football playoff. Oklahoma went to the Alamo Bowl. The Longhorns won 12 games. They were 12-2. Oklahoma was 10-3. So there's some separation there. But Oklahoma lost a couple of the close games that they played with ranked opponents in Kansas and Oklahoma State. Those were their 2 losses in Big 12 play. And Texas escaped when they were challenged by a couple of those same, and not even ranked. Yes, Kansas State played them close at home. That game went to overtime. They got to run for their money from Wyoming in non-conference play. So I think there's a
Houston.
and Houston, exactly, Houston. And so there were several of those games for both programs, right, that could have gone either way. And I think the way that many, and this, I don't think this is exclusive to Oklahoma fans, I think the way that many are looking at it is there's a degree of variance, of fluctuation there that just happened to fall in Texas's favor in 2023, and the degree of separation between those two programs in 2024 and beyond is not terribly large. I might even say, and look, Mark, Texas has a much easier schedule than Oklahoma in 2024. Much easier. Texas ought to win more games looking at their schedule versus Oklahoma's. But I think Oklahoma's got the better roster in 2024. You look at all that Texas lost. They had 11 players drafted, which, you know, hat tip to them. Steve Sarkisian and his staff, they're developing. Good on them. But you got to replace 11 NFL-bound guys. Those aren't the only guys you got to replace, right? They lost guys that maybe aren't NFL talent, but graduated having held a role of some kind with Texas football as part of the starting 22. And so Oklahoma brings back 9 of 11 starters on defense. They replaced Dylan Gabriel at the quarterback position with a former 5-star quarterback signee in Jackson Arnold. And so, yeah, I don't think that's even a hot take. I'd say Oklahoma has the better roster. I'd say Texas is set up better from a scheduling standpoint. And I think it's going to be really, really interesting to see which of those two teams comes out with the upper hand record-wise this fall because of that give and take discrepancy there.
Our buddy Jackson stopping by. Jackson, thank you so much for the contribution. He would like to know your thoughts on Oklahoma and LSU playing on rivalry week. Of course, that's been bedlam for the most part for Oklahoma through the generations, but LSU on that final weekend of the season.
I love it, man. I think I'm hoping that's a night game in Death Valley because night games in Death Valley are just the coolest, right? But there's a good deal of beef between the OU fan base and the LSU fan base, and it dates back to the 2003 Sugar Bowl. There was, you know what, I'm not going to, I've heard a lot of firsthand accounts. I'm not going to relay those firsthand accounts. I'll leave that to the folks that actually lived it. I was quite young at the time, but suffice to say, I've heard many an account over the years from Oklahoma fans that walked away from that experience with less than stellar perceptions of the LSU fan base. And so they haven't played each other since. So it's been, 21 years now? I don't know how many Sooner fans, I don't know what percentage of the Sooner fans are kind of from the new generation like myself that won't have a firsthand recollection or an experience at that game. But there's a good deal of clean SEC hate there. And so I think that's it's not a rivalry by any means, certainly not yet. It might be at some point down the line in the new SEC, but I think there's enough vitriol between those two fan bases that I think it's going to be an interesting addition to that rivalry week slate.
So 2 really difficult ones to start off with. Yes, you get Tennessee at home. Tennessee obviously is ranked, as you can see there. But Auburn, if Auburn goes undefeated to that point, that would be wins over Alabama A&M, Cal, New Mexico State, Arkansas. Then you would think that they'd be riding kind of high. Maybe they would be in contention for being ranked at that point. Not that they had an impressive win to get ranked to that point, but a 4-0 Auburn team usually gets people quite interested in them. Could be a really fun matchup, really difficult matchup for Brenton Venables and his team coming into Auburn, Alabama, looking for their first true big game. And look, I can already hear the Alabama fans New Mexico State. I know it's New Mexico, not New Mexico State. We've heard it. We get it. Everybody's got their embarrassing loss in their tenure. Looking at you, Lamo, for doing that to Alabama a few years ago. But if Auburn goes 4-0 and comes up with Oklahoma and pulls off that what would be an upset right now, that's going to be incredible. And maybe starts a little bit of a fire under Brent Venables' hot seat, so to speak.
If Auburn does not start 4-0, then I'm going to have some serious questions about them navigating the rest of this schedule.
Yes. You can't take anything for granted, as we learned last year. So that's why I always operate with caution. So it's one of those things that I expect us to be 4-0 by the time Oklahoma rolls around. But you just never know.
Yeah, there's the human element, and the human element that involves 19, 20 years olds, where as a thinking person, it's difficult to reason that a team can go out and outplay Georgia and Alabama and be in a position to win those games, but they lose to New Mexico State by 21 points.
Yep. It just doesn't make sense sometimes. It makes no sense that in 2021, that Auburn team nearly took that Alabama team to the wire with a Bo Nix, who was no longer playing because he was injured, TJ Finley, who was playing injured.
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. You throw those things out. It also doesn't make sense that you would lose to New Mexico State last year when things were not, yes, it's first year under Hugh Freeze. Things are not as stable as they should be at this point, but it still doesn't make sense that you should drop that right before then. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that Oklahoma matchup. I'm actually excited to have them in the SEC. I think it's a mixed bag of who you talk to on and which fan base is happy to see them, not happy to see them. I like this move, and I can't wait to go to Norman, to be honest with you, in next year when we get to return the favor.
Speaking of those games against Alabama, folks, I posted some win probabilities on the Georgia and Alabama channels. We're going to do all the teams that we've got represented here at the Voice of College Football, but I did Georgia and Alabama. And as you well know, I hate to bring up these excruciating losses, but the last two in Jordan Hare were obviously just painful to the nth degree because they both should have been reasonably an Auburn win if they just take care of football 101. However, they, of course, go to Tuscaloosa this year, and their last 6 trips have all been pretty decisive losses. They've lost by an average of 27 points per game.
Right. Yeah, awful. So it used to be that Auburn, when it went to Tuscaloosa, had a lot of success. Now, as we know, many things changed in the Nick Saban era. But a lot of that, too, if you look at the history, is because they didn't play at the home fields of either school for a long time. It was played at Birmingham and Legion Field, which you would also argue is pretty much an Alabama home field advantage, too, given their proximity to Tuscaloosa, and showed up in the stands, too. Auburn doesn't have a lot of success on the road at Alabama these days. Obviously, times have changed, and hopefully we can find a way to do that this year. I'm not sure what the projected win percentage you have listed for Auburn or for Alabama in that game for what you're looking at. But I would venture to say that if it's pretty low for Auburn, that's correct at this point, just based off what we know, right? We have no clue what this Auburn team is going to look like in year 2 under Hugh Freeze. You've changed defensive coordinators. You've changed offensive coordinators. Yes, you have the same quarterback and the same running back, but you've got some new offensive lineman pieces. You are effectively, hopefully, completely changing the guard at wide receiver and having some new blood in there to give them a shot at trying to make this room their own. Tight ends are the same. A lot of changeover on the defensive side of the ball, too. The whole defensive back group is changed over, but sounds encouraging from what we're hearing out of practice. So a lot of unknowns. And if that percentage is low, I expect it to be the entire year for Auburn to win in Tuscaloosa. And there's no shame in admitting that right now. But obviously, you got it. That's why you go out there and play the games. You just got to see what you got and then figure out how best to line up against each other.
At this point, I went with 30%.
30%. That sounds about right. I'm honestly shocked it's not lower than that. It wouldn't also shock me that if Auburn were to go, let's say they go 5-0 at home and they drop Georgia, let's say they drop Missouri, let's say they have a bad day and drop Kentucky too as well, and then they take care of business all the other places. You're coming in with 3 losses at that point. That's an Auburn team that I don't want to face in Tuscaloosa because that season is already an improvement. There's something to play for in a sense of bowl positioning. I would expect that would not be good enough to get into the playoff unless some weird shenanigans happen. But if I'm an Alabama person, I do not want to see an 3-loss Auburn team coming in to Tuscaloosa because they will be there'll be blood in the water. I think there will be an itch to right the wrongs of the last couple of years in Tuscaloosa. But for now, let's go with 30%. Why not?
Yeah, that's my thought at this point. And again, it's nothing scientific, or it's just looking at the landscape, looking at, of course, the personnel and everything involved, but then also trying to compare that to everything else and trying to stay consistent with the work, making it all work.
Yeah.
Our buddy Jackson's here. We appreciate Jackson. And Jackson is asking, Kyle, what is your record prediction for Auburn?
So many people are trying to get this out of me, an official prediction. And I usually wait till we get to fall practice to give an official prediction. But I will tell you, this is my operating principle, that I think Auburn as a program historically, and even now through what they've been through, their bare minimum expectation should be 8-4. And when you look at this season, I think you've got 3 clear question mark games, 3 clear games that Auburn is not going to be favored in and should not be favored in based on what we know. That is Alabama, that is Georgia, and that is Missouri. All of those are on the road. You could also argue that Oklahoma should be in that category and Kentucky on the road should be in that category too. And I'll grant you that. But I'm willing to put those into a question mark category, especially since Oklahoma's at home. Kentucky, as much as I like Mark Stoops, they never seem to get over that hump. And so I'm just curious if that, by the time we get to that game, if this typical Kentucky that I normally see with a lot of hype around them comes out. So right now, my operating procedure, my operating principle is 8-4 as the bare minimum expectation. It would not shock me in the least for Auburn to end up 9-3 or 7-5 if things took a little bit of if there was you say you drop Georgia, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky, and Oklahoma. So right now, if you want a kind of prediction, 8-4 is what I'll give you.
I'm right there with you, Kyle. I'm very comfortable with 8-4, and I just reviewed the schedule again, and I tend to group games together and think, okay, just as you did, not necessarily say they're definitely going to win this game. They're definitely going to lose this game. No, Texas A&M, Missouri, these are very like teams. Okay, they should win 2 of those 4.
Right.
Tend to group those together and play the probabilities. I will say that I'm going to review it a number of times, and no, that is not my official prediction, anyone. But because I've got this metric that I may have at one point divulged to you, that it hit me about 5 years ago in reviewing preseason publications, that these publications are way too conservative. They basically take what happened last year and everybody's record's about a game different, if that. For the most part, I'm talking about all these prospective publications that are really good at what they do and providing the information and the snapshot of the season. But in regards to predictions, so I thought, I wonder how accurate that is, because I at least had the perception that college football doesn't change much from year to year, that it seems to be the same sport with the same teams. However, what I discovered is those teams are all way up here. That's Georgia, that's Alabama, Ohio State. They stay there. The rest of the teams are in flux constantly. So what I discovered, Kyle, in reviewing this every year, is I would look at the Power 5 and I would say, okay, 3 games to me is a huge difference in team results and performance from year to year.
Sure.
So Auburn, for example, went 6-6 last year. If they go 9-3 this year or 3-9, to me, that's a substantial change.
Right.
So I made that the barometer, at least a 3-game difference. And I was shocked. And when I ask our viewers this question, they are always surprised and always lowball it when I ask, out of the what is now 70 power conference teams, how many on average have a change in record of at least 3 games from one season to the other? What do you think that number is?
Well, it sounds like it's going to be
Yeah, I already set
high.
you up. Yeah. I always get the guess of like 8, 9, 10, something like that.
30 of them. How many teams you're asking? How many
So
teams?
it's been anyway, it's usually in the 22 to 25 range.
Okay. Got you.
So about a third of the teams have a drastic change in record from year to year, which if you're looking at the SEC and with 16 teams, 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah.
But if you try to determine which teams will those be, it's an extremely difficult task.
Yeah, I can understand why in a game like college football. As we just talked about with the Iron Bowl situation of a couple of years ago, teams that have no business figuring something out, whether it's for a game or for the entire season. I mean, it feels like every year we're talking about some Cinderella that nobody was expecting, making a big leap forward or a big leap back. I mean, who would have thought that Texas A&M would struggle as much as they did under Jimbo Fisher at the very end there? So yeah, I can see why people would think that college football is all the same when you're just looking at the top tier. But when you look at it as a whole, there's a lot more moving pieces. There's a lot more parity, as I guess is the appropriate word here, than people think there is, at least when we talk about not the wins we see and talk about every year at the end of the year, your Ohio State, your Alabama's, your Georgia's, Michigan's, I guess now, all of those in that category. So the fact that we're talking about in the 20s of teams having that big dip or that big jump forward doesn't surprise me. And I think that kind of fits well in with what we were just talking about with Auburn too. I don't think anybody expects it to take that nosedive of 3 games to a 3-9, but the more likely scenario is that Auburn could go up to 9-3 very plausibly if they're able to get some pieces going like we've already discussed. So I like our chances within being one of those teams on the positive side of what you just addressed there, of being the bigger change than I do of that not so great change.
Athlon has Auburn at number 32 in the country, number 10 in the SEC. I don't know what that equates to as a record. I don't have my Phil Steele in front of me to see what they have. I don't remember what the other preseason prognostications are, but number 32 in the country out of the SEC, that sounds like a 7-5 football team.
Yeah, it sounds like that's what it should be based on what you're saying there. I think the problem for me, and I don't shy away from this, I'm an Auburn content creator, so obviously I'm a fan of it, and obviously those orange and blue glasses, as much as I try to hold them up here on top of my head, as we get closer and closer to the season, they start sliding down. So it's kind of why I always start with the 8-4 principle and then make some more decisions based on what we're seeing throughout, obviously spring, the transfer portal, even though that's, winding down now and has wound down. And then the rosters being set and going into fall practices. Because you never know, a big injury here, or something of that nature that we're not planning on. Auburn just had one of those happen actually this past spring, but it could go anyway. And 7-5, I don't like, but 8-4, I'm comfortable with.
How does a Christmas trip to Memphis for the Liberty Bowl against West Virginia strike you? That's the Athlon prediction.
Does it excite me? No. I will say this. I wouldn't mind playing West Virginia just because the last time we had a game with West Virginia, it was known as the Rain game, which I attended as a student and was outstanding in 2009. So the opponent is not what would not excite me there. We've been to Memphis a lot, I feel like, over the last couple of years when we have made bowl games. And I don't know that one excites me all that much. But here's what will excite Auburn fans is a win in a bowl game. We were talking about this on a live stream recently on our channel about how long it's been since Auburn has consistently won its bowl games. And there have been a variety of reasons why that hasn't had taken place. They ran into I think the last one we won, if I'm not mistaken, was in the Music City Bowl versus Purdue. And unfortunately, it was the same year. I forget the young kid's name who passed away of cancer. Their super fan. And I don't want to be morbid here, but his last game, we literally just drove Purdue into the ground. I mean, it was over in 5 seconds. And I just said, there's a no win for Auburn here. I mean, either we're the villains of beating this kid's team, or we lose, and then the fans are going to be calling for Gus Malzahn's head, which, let's be fair, they've been doing that since he got there. Bowl games, probably, as much as we ask the question of, do we prefer that, or do we think that's right? It's more so the question of, can we just get a bowl win for Auburn? I think that's where our focus is.
Yeah, lost to Maryland last year, lost to Northwestern.
Yep.
So that game was in 2018 against Purdue. So 19 was a loss to Minnesota, 20 was a loss to Northwestern, 21.
21. I'm trying to think. Did we go? No,
that
21
was
we did.
Lost to Alabama in the Iron Bowl. That was Harson's year, so maybe didn't go.
I'm trying to think now. See, there's so many bad memories.
There's no way they missed 2 years in a row.
No.
21, 22. So I know they missed one.
We did miss one, and that would have been the final year of Harsin was already fired. So it was the Cadillac Williams interim head coaching.
Okay.
Yes.
So 21 they went somewhere, and I'm not remembering.
That should be. I'm not remembering either, but it was probably a loss, to be honest.
But they lost to Maryland, Northwestern, Minnesota. So at least 3 losses, probably 4. Why can't I remember that game? Anyway, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I am with you.
Yep.
All right, Kyle. Is there any news on the horizon? Any recruiting? Anything that we should know?
Well, I can give you this to kind of round out our time today. It was one of the things I thought we might get around to. We did get a flip from Penn State. One would argue that this particular recruit probably should have committed to us first, but there are obviously reasons kids make their decisions at the time that they do. Alvin Henderson out of Elba, Alabama, which is a little bit south of, more than a little bit south of Auburn. Obviously in the vicinity, the backyard kind of Auburn, you would think it'd make a lot of sense for him to come there. Jarquez Hunter is leaving after this season, unless he's got some weird eligibility that I'm not aware of. Who knows if COVID years are done. We also are talking about this in the light of what's happened to Brian Battie and the incident that he was involved in that has left him obviously in the hospital. We've gotten some positive updates with that recently too, which are great to hear. But outside of it being positive for his personal life, I don't expect him back out on the field ever. But that's not me saying that definitively. That's just me kind of reading the tea leaves there, so to speak. That opens up a spot effectively. And you got to think that for the coming years, as I would expect, Brian would have had some years left. So there's another opportunity for someone. Alvin sees that spot open up. The guy who recruited him, Cadillac Williams, obviously left and went to the NFL. Took some time to get to know Derek Nix, it looks like, and that relationship finally felt comfortable. It also looks like maybe Penn State was going after another running back or two. All of these things factored into his decision this last week to flip over to Auburn, and got a lot of people really excited to have him as part of the future of that running back room. So that's probably the biggest news item that we've got right now. I know we talked about it last time. Everybody's still focused on Juju Lewis. Will he commit? I get asked that thousands of times a day. But right now, I'm pretty pleased with what Auburn's doing, especially with pulling off a flip of Alvin Henderson from Penn State.
Kyle, you were looking at a box score from the 2021 Birmingham Bowl, Houston 17, Auburn 13. That's the game.
I was there.
And this is Curtis. You were at the game. You couldn't even remember the game. We got
I
that
blocked it out.
courtesy of our buddy Jackson. Thank you so much for looking that up. The only thing I remember from that game is there was a chance. Obviously, it was only a 4-point game for Auburn to win the game. And I take my predictions very seriously and want to have a good record. And I was very annoyed because taking a low-end SEC team against a group of 5 team in postseason play is usually like, mark it down, check it off, you're good to go. And they lost that game, and I know I missed my prediction on that game.
Sorry about that. I wish I could have helped you out a little bit more. Yeah, that one. Look, Houston, you can see was 12-2 at the end of the year. Auburn was 6-7. It's historically a high-end SEC team. Houston at that point, what conference were they in?
12-2. So they played in the conference championship game in the American Conference. So they were a good team.
Yeah, they were a good team. So you would think with a historically top tier team like Auburn in the Power 5, and then Houston, even with those respective records, this is going to be a good game, which I guess technically it was, just not on the Auburn side. I remember that this is the story of what was the Harsin era. No offensive identity, no offensive cohesion, and this is the end of year 1. Remember TJ Finley took over. It was, I'll probably say, a little bit more healed up, maybe not all the way at this point. I have tried to remove that one from my memory because of a variety of reasons. We're all trying to forget the 2 Harsin years, and that is a big reason why right there. Oh, now he's showing me the stats.
Yeah, it's just a gene that I have that once something comes up like this, then I just want to know,
it's hurtful,
the insignificant, and I want to dig up the historical insignificance of a bowl game in Birmingham in 2021. Tank Bigsby with 96 yards, TJ Finley 19 of 37 threw a touchdown pass. Yeah, there it is.
I want you to look at this too, and we don't have the receiving ones up right now, but there we go. I want to look at the receiving. Tank, Kobe Hudson is gone. John Shamler-Shanker, who was a great tight end for us, graduated, so no shame there. Javaris Johnson left. Demetrius Robertson graduated / left. Shedrick Jackson graduated. They all had what? Above, well, not all of them, but we had 3 guys above 50 yards, but nobody is really taken. Your running back is the leading receiver. And not that that's a bad thing every once in a while, but I think you're looking at one of the bigger problems of this Auburn offense over the last several years, the receiving. And yes, that is partly with the quarterback play, and that is partly with offensive lines providing a pass protection for the quarterback to be able to do what he needs to do. But yeah, that's just, you're hurting me really bad to making me relive this right now.
Sorry, Kyle. Again, I love to dig up old football games, even if they were insignificant, and refresh my memory.
No, it's all right.
My memory used to be lock solid. If you would have said, 10 years ago, the 2014 Birmingham Bowl, then I would have been like, boom, that was the final score. But yeah, now that I pulled it up and Jackson gave us the results there, once it clicked, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember that game.
Yeah, I remember it now. I've tried to forget it. And the other thing too is I'll say about the Birmingham Bowl, the new, well, it's not new anymore, but at that time it was new. I keep trying to say the stadium. I kept trying to say arena for some reason. The stadium there is beautiful, especially for the size of UAB who plays there. But it is not, at least at that time, it was not set up well to handle the crowds that come in with an Auburn team being there. I remember that's the things I remember is realizing, oh, wow, we're going to actually lose this game when we seem to be in position to win this game. And then, oh, wow, this is not set up for the level of the Auburn family that continuously shows up, no matter how bad we are, to the football games. That's one thing I'll give credit to is you'll never be able to count out the Auburn fan base because they will show up for their Tigers, rain, shine, good, bad.
Is there some kind of backstory about playing all 3 schools? So I love that as a college football fan, playing the 3 Florida schools. But my goodness, and not to defend or make an excuse for Florida football, but having always have to play Florida State So let's understand that we got 4 teams that in the former SEC Eastern Division that have rivals in the ACC. Well, Florida's got the one that is the most consistently an elite program that they have to face each and every year. So they're going to catch back flack if they don't schedule somebody else. If they schedule 3 cream puffs and just rely on Florida State as being the game non-conference, people are going to criticize, oh, you're not scheduling anyone else. But how many teams go out there and schedule somebody else? And here we've got 2 others in Miami and UCF, and all in state. Is there any kind of backstory to scheduling kind of the state championship approach this year?
I don't think so, Mark. I think it was just Scott Strickland, for whatever reason, putting all these games in one year for Florida. Now, granted, a lot of these were settled before the SEC expanded, before Texas and Oklahoma came in, and the SEC scheduling got blown up. A lot of those were already in place there. But, Mark, I was just noticing when you had that schedule up, I don't know where FBS Schedules gets their rankings. They had some rankings beside those schools. But if I'm not mistaken, I saw the last 7 opponents there for Florida all had a number beside them. Now, I don't know if that was last year's rankings and it being based off of that, but no, it can't be because Georgia's number 1 there. But there's a 16 besides Tennessee. There's a 23 beside Kentucky, a 1 beside Georgia, a 4 beside Texas, 12 LSU, 6 Ole Miss, 15 Florida State. I'm assuming those are rankings from somewhere.
From somewhere, maybe an ESPN FPI or something.
But there you go. That just shows you how tough Florida's schedule is. I mean, their final 7 opponents, according to this ranking here, are all ranked. And the last 5 are all in the top 15. So,
and I'm going to clarify before I get a comment either in the chat or later to the comment section when somebody says, well, South Carolina's got to play Clemson every year. I understand Clemson's been better than Florida State for the most part in the last 10 years, but I'm just speaking historically. There's no comparison between those other schools that have to be played and Florida State every year for Florida. So,
hey, Mark, we've heard that too. You know, Florida playing Miami this year. And we've heard, well, why doesn't Florida play Miami every year? What school do you know in the SEC goes out and schedules 2 Power 5 permanent opponents? Now, playing Miami every now and then, sure, do it. But nobody goes out there and schedules 2 permanent Power 4 opponents. Nobody does it. So while Florida gets flack for not playing Miami every year and Florida State every year, I'll never get it when the schedule's already been tough enough anyway.
Nobody in the SEC does it. The only team I can think of is USC's got Notre Dame every year. Then they go out and grab somebody else, but they don't play in the SEC. Yeah.
And they don't want to play an SEC team this year according to reports.
Yes. They apparently wanted to get out of that one for sure. David Waters, Gators Breakdown. Man, it's always a good time and appreciate David stopping by, breaking things down on the Florida football front. And maybe Billy Napier's swan song, or maybe a resurgence in Gainesville that people aren't expecting. It should be intriguing one way or the other. And again, Gators Breakdown, it's right here on YouTube and your favorite audio platform. David, this was apropos you kicking us off for our SEC run here this summer, so we so much appreciate you stopping by, sir.
All right, Mark, let's do it again.
David, of course, we know that this is I don't think there's any question it's the toughest schedule in the country, but we actually got some kickoff times and some networks announced here just in the last 3 or 4 days. So we're looking at, of course, that triple header on ABC that's going to be mammoth with Clemson, Georgia's the lead in, and then the Notre Dame, Texas A&M game on the other bookend. But Miami, of course, at the Swamp for a 3:30 Eastern on ABC. Samford, that's an ESPN Plus, SEC Network Plus game, week number 2. I know you love those cupcake games. You just think that there should just litter the schedule with those cupcake games. No, David is a ardent, let's play real college football type here. But Texas A&M, that one's slated for another 3:30 kickoff. That one back at the Swamp. So pretty imperative this team gets off to a good start with 3 consecutive home games. But again, that'll be a choice between ABC and ESPN as they determine that. So any thoughts about those time placements early in the schedule?
Hopefully y'all survive a 3:30 kickoff mark there in late August in the Swamp. It's going to be swampy, of course. So that one, of course, a lot of people wanted that night game there, of course. But yeah, get a 3:30 kickoff there. Both teams, of course, both squads certainly be ready for that the heat that will come with a 3:30 kickoff there in August. And Mark, I mean, what a big game, for both coaches coming into their third year. A lot of pressure on Billy Napier, a lot of pressure on Mario Cristobal, a lot of recruiting battles over the last few years between those guys. So certainly a big game. Both transfer quarterbacks, Cam Moore, his first year there, Graham Mertz, his second year at Florida. But just a lot of familiarity, of course, with the players, and two coaches really looking to get off to a good start in critical years for them. Big game to kick off the season there. And then Florida gets a little bit of a breather, as you said, night game at Sanford. And then Texas A&M comes, Mike Elko, and his first conference game, I believe, it will be at the Swamp, and Florida's first conference game as well. And you got Mississippi State after that. I mean, Mark, there's a 4-0 start here possible for Florida. Certainly there is. But also, there's probably a 2-2 start staring them in the face as well. Florida should beat Sanford. Florida, now don't get me wrong, have had trouble going on the road to Starkville in the past. And even with some better teams under Steve Spurrier and Ron Zook, and guys go there and lose games. We've seen it over the years. So, but with a first-year staff there, you'd expect Florida to go to Starkville and get a win there. So a 4-0 start, of course, with the back half of the schedule would be huge for Florida. Get off to a good start, get some kind of pressure off Billy Napier as well. Then you got a bye week in UCF, very, very tough schedule. Out of conference opponent there for Florida. If there is pressure on Billy Napier, one way to ramp that up, Mark, is to go lose to Gus Malzahn in Central Florida. Look, Florida's got to play all the teams, all the Power 4 teams in the state of Florida: Miami, Central Florida, and Florida State to close the season. So Florida, if they go undefeated there, 3-1, could kind of claim somewhat of a state championship or whatever. But that's going to go a long way in what the pressure is for Billy Napier. What do you do against those rivals in your state? And then, of course, the rest of the schedule there as well. Mark, that road trip to Tennessee, I think, is probably the most worrisome game in that first few games for me, or that first half of the Gators schedule. But can't overlook Kentucky. I mean, Florida's lost 3 straight against Kentucky as well. And then another bye week before they go to that gauntlet of Georgia, Texas, LSU, Ole Miss, Florida State. I mean, Mark, those last 5 games, all 5 of those teams were fighting for conference championships, college football playoff spots toward the end of last year. Now Florida has to play all 5 of them in a row. So you hope, if you're for Florida's sake, look, it is a tough schedule. Some have said the toughest schedule ever. Maybe some teams don't live up to that expectation, but it will still be up to Florida to take advantage of those situations. But certainly a tough schedule. And Mark, I think the way I look at it is embrace it. I mean, to me, it's year 3. This is Billy Napier's roster. It's his team. He's built it in his image. If this thing is headed in the right direction, we should see improvement no matter what the schedule is.
And the other kickoff and network announced the Georgia game. That's either going to be an ABC or ESPN. So just to enlighten some folks out there, the deal is that they can set up the first couple of weeks of the season, and then some of the real marquee matchups, whether that's Ohio State, Michigan, they can lock in. But basically, it's a week and a half determination prior to that Saturday where the networks determine, okay, these are the best matchups. This is where we're going to put the ESPN game versus the ABC versus ESPN2 versus the SEC network and so forth. That happens on the Monday prior to the weekend before those particular matchups. So we will see those play out the rest of the season. Back to 2024, we are 6 weeks away from SEC Media Days. And then once we hit that, we roll right into August camp. Position battles. Of course, those are going to be waged in August. Starting with day 1, where are your eyes and ears going most of all?
I think, Mark, we should probably I'd still call it a battle, but I think we kind of know how it will play out. Elijah Badger was the big transfer wide receiver Florida got from Arizona State at the tail end. It was just a couple of weeks ago. So big pickup for Florida, a big body receiver they really need to put on the outside there. Now, there is that little worry of a back injury that he suffered late last season, was very limited this spring as well. But Florida needed to go get a weapon like that to really help Trey Wilson. And look, Trey Wilson was going to put up numbers anyway, but now defenses just can't solely focus on him, solely focus on taking him away. A Badger can be a downfield threat, a catch after a run after the catch threat. So if he's downfield, that allows Trey Wilson to work underneath like we saw him do last year, but also just make it where defenses can't solely focus on him, double team him, bracket him. So, they'll move him all over Billy Napier did say when he was here in Jacksonville a couple of weeks ago about Trey Wilson, we're going to wear him out. So they're going to give him the ball a lot. One of the best playmakers as a freshman last year for this Gator offense and in the country as a freshman. And then Elijah Badger coming in and really going to help around that. But you also got Chimere Dike, transfer from Wisconsin, who played with Graham Mertz a couple of years ago, put up a pretty good season a couple of years ago with Graham Mertz in that 2022 season. So 2 transfers to go along with Trey Wilson, but we'll see what the wide receivers who are already building this roster hold. You got Khalil Jackson coming back. Marcus Burke is the name that for the last couple of springs has been, hey, this is going to be a breakout player. Once again, that's coming up. But then young guys, Andy Jean, Aiden Mizell, who was on this roster last year as well. So you're getting some transfers, I think, to bring in some proven production, but I still wouldn't overlook the guys that are building this roster. So I think wide receiver, Mark, is certainly the place I'm going. And then offensive tackle. Florida suffered some injuries. Austin Barber, who played left tackle last year, right tackle the route before for the Gators. And then Cam Waits, were the guy who's been experienced. Florida brings in transfers, Devin Manuel from Arkansas, Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon from San Diego State. Well, kind of fortunate for them. Barber and Waits went down with injuries in the spring. So it was those transfers who got rep after rep after rep in spring. And I think that's really going to benefit Florida and really create a competition at the tackle spots when fall camp rolls around. So even though, the offense hasn't had as many questions as the defensive side of the ball, I still think there might be a little more questions of how it's going to turn out. I think defensive line, we kind of know how that's going to turn out for Florida. Linebacker, I think we kind of know that's how it's going to turn out. Safety, Florida brought in a ton of transfers at that spot as well, but I think we know right now it's going to be Asa Turner, Jordan Castell, DJ Douglas as your top 3 at the safety spots. So a little bit of a battle there. But while this defense overall has more questions, it's not necessarily, Mark, who will be the contributors. It's just how much will those contributors have an impact for that defense.
So if we stay on the transfer topic here, you mentioned a ton of them. Who would be most likely to be standout guys? We're talking to a lot of people here that are just catching up with Florida football, but they've got a marquee game, of course, week 1 against Miami. Who would be the guys that we would need to look out for as guys that could be impact players?
Elijah Badger, I want when you talk more about him, but wide receiver, I'm going him just because of the reasons I mentioned earlier. Mark, on defense, I got to go Pup Howard. He was the linebacker Florida probably should have got a couple years ago anyway, but spent a year at South Carolina, hits the transfer portal after 1 year at South Carolina from Jacksonville. It really hurt me. I got to know him a little bit as a recruit, know some people close to him as well. So personally, it stung a bit to see him to go to South Carolina, but now he's in Gainesville anyway, and really should just step into a starting role right there alongside Shamar James. He got a ton of reps in spring because of some injuries, because of some transfers that away from Florida at that position, like Scooby Williams going to Texas A&M. So now I think Grayson Howard comes in right away and is an instant starter, impact player at the linebacker spot. I mentioned DJ Douglas at safety as well from Tulane. He was probably one of the more consistent players at the safety spot. Asa Turner brings a lot of experience from Washington and that defense that was in the national championship this past year. But also one kind of under the radar because of his name, but he was highly ranked in the transfer portal, Mark, was Joey Slackman, the defensive lineman from Penn. Really was a stat machine at that level. Now it's about, can it translate to the SEC? But he was one of the higher ranked defensive linemen, and Florida just needed more bodies there, but not just bodies, impactful bodies to go along with Caleb Banks, who played a good bit last year, Cam Jackson, who played a lot last year. Florida really added some depth through the transfer portal. Mark, I think Florida brought in, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, close to 15 transfers. And we were going through it on Gators Breakdown Plus the other day. We expect 13 of them to have impacts this year for Florida. Can Cormani McClain, the transfer from Colorado, can he come in, the 5-star, who in a lot of ways probably thought should have been a Gator to begin with as well, kind of like Grayson Howard a couple cycles ago. He comes in. Can he have an instant impact? Florida doesn't need him to have an instant impact this year, But if he can whittle his way and to get starting reps or get a whole lot of reps, he earned it because he had to go out there and beat a Devin Moore for some reps. He had to go beat a Jason Marshall for some reps. So if he's out there making impact, he went out there and earned it. Florida really went heavy in the transfer portal, Mark, and most of those guys should be contributors, not guys that need to develop down the road.
Cormani McClain, there's no doubt about the talent, number 1 rated cornerback coming out of high school. There was a lot of drama surrounding his recruitment with Miami and others at the time. Then he goes out to Colorado. And Deion Sanders didn't have the best things to say about him. It was probably 2/3 of the way through the season. Deion was asked, okay, why is he not on the field, considering look at your defense and look at this talent? Basically said, late to meetings, doesn't show up for meetings, not prepared, doesn't know the defense. Just considering what's been, whether it's been substantiated or not, concerning Cormani McClain, any concerns that he's going to, run the straight and narrow and be able to show up and work and be the player that he should be able to be.
Well, Mark, it was a pretty low risk move for Florida. What the layout of this and how it played out was a complete understanding of what he needed, what he's looking for, and what Florida was looking for. Mark, he doesn't even have a scholarship for Florida right now. He got a preferred walk-on status. So it doesn't hurt Florida numbers-wise right now. Now, if he goes on to earn a scholarship, just fine. And I know people will say, well, he can mess the locker room up. We've seen that, and because of those reports. And it's just like, well, if it takes one player to mess your locker room culture up, Mark, was your locker room culture all that strong to begin with? I think that's the way I was looking at it. I think it's a low-risk move for Florida. If he turned out to be the 5-star player that he was rated, big move for Florida. But there was an understanding from both sides of what they were looking for. And then, certain parameters he has to meet to get on the field, to be a part of this team. So far, so good from what I've heard the last few weeks that he's been on campus. But, of course, we know summer's got to go, and he's got to be a part of this team in the season. But if it doesn't work out, no harm, no foul for Florida, especially as far as numbers go.
For a 5-win football team, you would think that there would be opportunities for true freshmen to come in, and then also based on your intel of who's impressed early, who would be the possible freshman that could step in and do something.
Well, we'll go to defense, and I know I mentioned linebacker with Pup Howard, but Miles Graham did go through a little bit of spring practice before he suffered a back injury, had surgery. He should be on the field for fall camp, but one of the best linebackers in the country, Mark, certainly was getting the feels already of being an instant impact as a true freshman. Aaron Childs has come on campus as well, another top linebacker in the country. So Florida's got two linebackers at two freshman linebackers at that spot that I do think can have an impact. If you go back to the spring game, Jaden Ball was electric as a running back in the spring game, Mark. Big bodied, but doesn't move like it moves like he's much smaller than about the 230 he is, making guys miss, putting his foot in the ground, a little shimmy and getting upfield. And also Tank Hawkins at wide receiver, one of the fastest players on this Florida team at the receiver spot. I mentioned receiver earlier, but with his speed, may be able to find a way to get on the field. So about 4 of them out there, Mark, I'd probably come off with the top of my head that I think can make an impact this year for Florida.
Best coach, best team, best program in college football. If you don't agree, please leave your comment down in the section below. Would love to hear who you believe is number 1 in any of those categories. We are here to look at Georgia football and the win probabilities for the Bulldogs in 2024, because even though it's a fairly consensus opinion across the nation that Georgia's number 1 in all those categories, you don't always win the games you're supposed to win. And Georgia tripped up, of course, in the SEC championship game in 2023 to Bama, missed out in the playoff, and therefore a chance to win a 3rd consecutive national championship. Now, they don't have to worry about such a scenario this year at 12-1. Of course, 10-2 will get Georgia and any other SEC or Big Ten team into the college football playoff. So the Bulldogs could trip up, or they could trip up twice. Now, it's going to make it more difficult if they are not a conference champion of reclaiming the trophy at the end of the season. But let's look at the most probable wins and losses for Georgia football here in 2024. So I believe that the Bulldogs should be favored in every game, will be favored by me unless something drastically changes between now and kickoff. but here are the games that they are most likely to lose from top to bottom. So I do favor Georgia to go to Austin and defeat Texas, but by a 56-44 margin, which is pretty substantial when you consider that's a difficult place to play. 2 years ago, Texas was but an 8-5 team, and they were taking on Bama, who was probably the second best team in college football, and should have won the game and took them down to the final play. So difficult place to play for Georgia, October 19th, but I give them a 56% chance of avenging that loss in the Sugar Bowl from 5 seasons ago against Tom Herman and company. Of course, Georgia had a showdown against Ole Miss that turned out to be overhyped last year. They blasted the Rebels in Athens 52-17. This could be a much more interesting and competitive affair in Oxford on November 9th. Give Georgia a 59% chance of defeating Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin the second weekend of November. Georgia's also got a primetime date against Alabama in Tuscaloosa on September 28th. Of course, these two teams last met in the 2021 National Championship game. Bama led with 4 or 5 minutes left. Georgia came storming back to take its first title. Give Georgia a 62% chance of winning. Also, keep in mind that over on the Bama channel, we've got our win probabilities for Alabama and Kalen DeBoer. All right, huge opener on ABC as the 3:30 matchup on opening weekend, August 31st in Atlanta. It's Clemson, it's Georgia. It's a game that used to be played each and every season. They did play in 2021 in the opener in Charlotte. It was a rock fight, defensive battle, and Georgia had the key pick 6 to win the game 10-3. Georgia's got a much decided advantage over Clemson this time around. That Clemson team was coming off 6 straight college football playoff appearances, but now we've got a situation where Clemson coming off a 9-4 season. Georgia, again, probably the best team in college football, and give the Bulldogs a 74% chance of winning. They are roughly an 11-point favorite at this stage of the offseason. Then we've got a matchup against Tennessee, one of the big games in the SEC that was played as an Eastern Division showdown each and every year. But of course, there are no divisions now. November 16th against Tennessee in Athens. The last time Georgia lost this matchup was in 2016 against Butch Jones and Josh Dobbs and that Tennessee team. They had a big showdown against a Tennessee team that was undefeated in 2022, but they really took it to Hendon Hooker and company. Give the Bulldogs a 79% chance of defeating the Vols in November. One of the best games in college football last year was a near upset on the Plains as Auburn took Georgia to the wire. It was a tie game in the fourth quarter. This is a big rivalry, but again, it's played in Athens this time around on the first weekend of October. And so give Georgia an 81% chance of defeating their rival Auburn. They've got another rivalry game, of course, each and every year in Jacksonville, Florida, to be played this year on November 2nd against Florida. Florida, pretty bad football team. And this will be the beginning of their daunting November run. And consider this, how things have changed. The last time Georgia lost a regular season football game was the Dan Mullen in Florida in 2020 by 16 points. This time around, give Georgia an 83% probability of defeating the Gators in Jacksonville. This matchup from time to time is supposed to be a showdown, including in 2023 when Kentucky came in at 5-0, but they proved to be a paper tiger and got pummeled by Georgia 51-13. The two teams get together at Kentucky on September 14th. Give the Dogs an 86% chance of being way too much for the Cats. Georgia Tech, on the other hand, usually get pummeled by a Kirby Smart Georgia team, but they hung in there this last season in Atlanta, put up a good fight, and the two teams get together Black Friday, November 29th. This Georgia Tech team finished at 7-6. Haynes King, the starting quarterback, coming back, former Texas A&M QB, and give Georgia a 91% chance of winning their rivalry game on the final day of the season. We've got Mississippi State taking on Georgia this date in Athens on October 12th. Jeff Lebby, welcome to the SEC as a head coach. Of course, he was the offensive coordinator at Ole Miss. And Georgia, give them a 93% chance of defeating Mississippi State on October 12th. And then you've got the two scrimmages, won the second to last weekend of the season against UMass, and also the Tennessee Tech game, the second game of the season in Athens. 99% chance if we could make that a plus, we would do it. Basically 100% certainty that Georgia wins those two. So if we just go with chalk and who's going to be the favorite in these games, Georgia would go 12-0. Now, if we look at two potential outside upset bids, I consider those to be Tennessee and Auburn. I think that there are three reasonable upset bids when you talk about Texas especially, then also Ole Miss and Alabama. Kirby Smart and Georgia, primed to make a run at the SEC, of course, and the national championship once again here in 2024. Those are our win probabilities for the Bulldogs. Would love to get your comments down below. Where did we hit it? Where did we miss it? Right here at the Voice of College Football. Georgia fans expect the best. We'll see if the Dogs can deliver here in 2024. We got Clint on the line from Dogs Podcast. Is on the Locked On Network there. Locked On Bulldogs. Let's talk some Georgia football. Clint, how you doing tonight?
Doing fantastic. It's always a good night when you get to talk about Georgia football.
Absolutely. It has been a lot of good nights and a lot of good days for Georgia football for the last 7 or 8 years.
That's right.
No question about that. And they have kind of unofficially taken over as the gold standard of college football. So why don't we go big picture before we grind down to position battles and recruiting and so forth? Because, of course, Nick Saban in Alabama, a thorn in the side, and they have been the standard and the thorn in everyone's side that have aspired to a championship. But now it's Georgia, and they are the consensus #1 team. If you look at program rankings, I'm going to deliver mine pretty soon, and spoiler alert, Georgia's going to be #1 as a program. However, I got to say that SEC championship game, while most people thought that this was the best football team in America going into the game, and a lot of people, even after Michigan won the national championship, thought, that Georgia team, man, we would have loved to have seen them on the field as well. They only lost by 1 score in Atlanta, Clint, but at the same time, it was like Alabama kind of controlled that game. They were up by a score, then they took it to 2, and then it was back to 1. And it wasn't a situation that they had to hold Georgia out of the end zone in the final minutes. They pretty much took it down to a 1-score lead and just ran out the clock and took control of that final half of the fourth quarter. So that had to be a slightly alarming to Georgia in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. That SEC game really showed one thing. And I don't know, Daniel and I still talk about, my co-host and I over on Locked On Bulldogs, we still talk about to this day what happened, but Alabama absolutely punched us in the mouth and kept doing so over and over and over and controlled the line of scrimmage and the trenches. The offense showed up admirably in that game. Carson Beck, his efficiency rating in that game was just fine. Surprisingly, the defense just let us down, and it had been kind of a culmination. All year, the defense was just a tick below what we were expected. And you're talking about program rankings, #1. We expect to be the best defense year in, year out at Georgia. And, previous seasons, that was the case. All of a sudden, last year comes around, and the defense was suspect in a couple of tight situations, and no more suspect in that SEC championship game where, Alabama just mauled and ran the ball and didn't have incredible running backs. And Milroe did not, he hit a couple of passes that were on time, but they just controlled and Anaconda suffocated. They did to Georgia what Georgia had been doing for years. We call it the Kirby Death March, where he gets a lead. He doesn't care about score. Kirby just does not care about beauty pageant points. And he'll just say, all right, Tennessee, I'm up a couple touchdowns. Guess what? I'm just going to choke the life out of you. And we're going to end this game right now in the beginning of the third quarter. And you're not going to be able to come back on us. Alabama flipped the script, did that. It was alarming. That's why you see things like Dumas Johnson going to Kentucky. Dumas Johnson did not go to Kentucky because he had a better opportunity. He was informed. We have some guys we're going to be playing at linebacker, Pop, and if you want to get playing time, it's going to be elsewhere. Clear as day. And a couple other cats, same exact situation. Kirby cleaned house on the defensive side, brought in some exciting coaches as well. We saw a couple changes in off-field roles as well. And I think there's a revamped effort with Glenn Schumann on the defensive side to really say, no, we know where the pain point was, and we're going to rectify it. Now, the good news is we have a plethora of talent inside linebacker. Huge question mark defensive back. We lost all the production in defensive back room. My goodness. You just look at the snaps and the games played. It's going to be a work in progress, but I think they did enough moves this offseason that really is going to rectify that problem that we saw exposed in that SEC game.
And Clint, you mentioned a name like Jamon Dumas Johnson, and to the person like myself who knows Georgia football pretty well, knows the personnel, watches the games, but I'm not covering it like you are day in, day out. I'm not watching the UAB game. I'm watching the 6, 7, 8 games that matter, something in that range. You get comfortable and used to these names, and you just figure they're doing the job. This is one of the best defenses in the country. So when he transferred and then you learn that he got shoved out the door, you figure, wow, this guy can play. He's a talented player, but not good enough. We can do better.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's wild to think about. This is the embarrassment of riches that Georgia has come to expect with Kirby Smart, best recruiter in college football, year in, year out. There's certain players that want to go play for legacy or want to stay close to home. And you got kind of really out of nowhere guys. Mario Cristobal down in Miami can pull players, and I don't know why they don't win. They don't do anything, but he can pull them down there in South Florida. You get Ryan Day able to do the same thing, Lincoln Riley, USC, but Kirby Smart year in, year out, top 3 is always expected. Top 1 is always in play. And so, yes, when you have a leading tackler one year and all of a sudden the following year, CJ Allen, Raylan Wilson, a couple of these names move him out because 4 or 5 3 5-stars are in the inside linebacker room right now, not starting. Like they're just stacked, waiting to go. It's because Kirby knows first and foremost, it's talent acquisition. In college football, talent acquisition is going to win a lot of games. It's going to cover a multitude of problems. He knows that really well. And so you do get guys who aren't cutting it up to the standard that we are now expecting. Back-to-back national championships is the thought now every single year. You're going to reload. And the freshman or sophomore, CJ Allen last year, freshman, had to play majority of the season. We saw a lot of growing pains from him. But by the end of the year, man, he looks ready and primed to go. Switch his number to number 3, which is Roquan Smith, Chicago, and now Baltimore linebacker. We expect big things out of him this year. And it's just testament of the stacked rooms that we have position by position.
Voice of College Football here. Please like and subscribe. Get on over to Clint's Dogs podcast. It's typically Clint and Daniel getting together. Locked On Bulldogs. Deliver it on Twitter as well. You see the Twitter handle right there. Before we really grind down to 2024, you mentioned the name Ryan Day. I mentioned Alabama. So I don't know how much cross-sectional conversation that you hear out there versus possibly being a little bit more isolated with your Georgia fans and your podcast and so forth. But I'm just a bit curious, considering the way those, we will call them national championship games. One was a de facto national championship game of sorts. And of course, we know Ohio State had a 2-score lead. Marvin Harrison gets knocked out. It's an extremely close game. They miss a 50-yard field goal. Year before, Alabama's got a lead with 4 or 5 minutes left. They throw, they blindside Stetson Bennett, score that touchdown. It looks like they're going to win the national championship. And of course, he comes back and pulls it out, and Georgia gets the pick 6 to ice it. But no John Mechie. Jamison Williams lost during that game as well. How many Georgia haters do you hear from, whether it be from those two fan bases or just that, hey, you guys get a little bit lucky in 21 and 22?
Oh my gosh. We have learned. I did not know. Ohio State Buckeye fan. I did not know. And if you're listening to this, look, I'm a Georgia homer. I'm a fan. When people come on the podcast and like, you're just a homer, I'm like, you're dang right. Like, I love doing this podcast because I love being a fan of Georgia. Of course I'm a homer. It just so happens that I'm able to give some insight to it because I actually do know a thing or two about football, but I am a fan and we talk like fans. But man, Ohio State has just come out of the woodwork in recent years. And it's this Midwest. I lived in the Midwest for a hot minute. The Midwest pride is so deep out there in Ohio State and Michigan. There's this sense of just prestige when you talk of their programs, and so we have a good laugh. We try our best to poke fun at Urban Meyer, the Chancellor of Integrity, and how he's not. We make fun of that, but we also give credit. Man, I think Ohio State. We did a whole episode talking about if Ohio State doesn't win it this year, is Ryan Day on the hot seat. And we had a Ohio State fan in the comments saying, yeah, actually, he doesn't win a championship. I'm scratching my head and I'm wondering, is this the dude? Because they have the most talent. I actually would probably rank them preseason number 1 because of the talent. Quarterback, question marks everywhere, but running back, they got 1A, 1B. Defense is loaded. They got a number of transfers that are just going to hit. Question comes down to quarterback play. But we're here an Ohio State Buckeye fan quite a bit. Alabama fan is our favorite. Because they will tell us constantly when we talk, when we even utter just historically talking about, hey, we won back-to-back national championships. They say, hey, that's in the past. We're here to the future. And I go, okay, great. Let's talk about the future. They want to raise an SEC championship banner. And Daniel and I are on a record of saying in the post BCS and now in the college football playoff format, SEC championships are not banners that we want to brag about. We want to brag about national championship because the playoff is the gauntlet that's there. And so we do get a good laugh at Alabama coming at us talking about the SEC championship. Be like, we sincerely don't care. We want trophies. We don't want the banners. And so those two teams are huge haters. And surprisingly enough, Clemson fan. We've had a couple of, this is now, we're going to have another kickoff to the season. A couple of years ago, we had the kickoff season. This year, we're going to have the kickoff season against Clemson. And man, there's some pride there. And it's a rivalry that's renewed and stoked again. So we hear lots of hate from those three fan bases quite a bit.
Well, let's stay on that, Clint, because at the point that I grew up, that Clemson-Georgia game was played every season.
Yes.
And then we got a taste of that about 10 or 12 years ago. Mark Richt, Dabo Sweeney playing back-to-back games, and they split those two games. Really good football games. And then a couple of years ago, you mentioned Georgia having not the defense this past season that they had, of course, that 21 standard. You know, Dabo Sweeney doesn't want to be reminded, but he's going to have to be reminded all off season and going to have to dig into the tape to see what they can possibly do against this Georgia defense. That game, of course, was a rock fight. It's funny how things change so quickly that JT Daniels was, of course, the leader of that unit. And then here they are, you know, 3 months later, winning a national championship with a different quarterback, the guy that everybody kept saying, yeah, not him, not him, not him, anybody but him. And he just kept coming back. And then DJ Oyangale is, of course, off to 3 different schools in the span of 3 seasons. So just very interesting. But again, it was that pick 6 that was the difference. It was a 10-3 game.
Yes.
And here we've got Clemson again. I think most college football observers would give Georgia a pretty strong nod here. I think they're probably a preseason 10 or 11 point favorite, something in that range.
Yep. Yeah. It started, I think 9.5 was the very opening line, and it's bumped up double digits. And for Clemson, it's just going to come down to their best players are on the second and third level on the defensive side of the ball. Their best players on the roster for Clemson are not on the offensive side this year. And Cade Klubnik is not a quarterback I would trust with my team going in. It's really funny. You could talk about talent, and you mentioned Georgia's quarterback quandary. Every single Georgia fan, don't tell me that you weren't this person, because we all were, did not want Stetson Bennett. And it's insane to me because Daniel and I talk all the time. He is the best college football player in Georgia history. He will go down. He won back-to-back national. In every college football game he played, he was the MVP. It's insane to say that out loud. If you take the name Stetson Bennett off that, you just put that out there, everybody say, well, of course, if he's an MVP of every game, he's the best player in 2 national championships. For Clemson, it's going to be interesting because I saw that point favorite and I was like, oh my gosh, no, that I don't like that. It makes me feel all sorts of ick. I saw the rock fight. I saw that pick 6. We were there in the stadium watching that game, and it was a slugfest. My gosh, those trenches were popping. We could hear it all the way up in the stands. Now we come to this year. I think Georgia does have a leg up. I think the defense has vastly improved for Georgia this year. Defensive back is, again, question mark. But Clemson just doesn't have the dudes on offense anymore. I don't think. I don't see wide receiver. Running back, they might have a dude coming back. He down the back half of the season did some pretty good, remarkable work. Average, I think he got like 600 yards in 4 games or something like that. So he's impressive. Linebacker, edge, DB, impressive for Clemson. But I think they're not going to score enough points. So if I'm going to give Georgia 14 points, it might be 14-3 again in this kind of opening season. That might be it. I anticipate it more like 21-10. And so, yeah, that point spread seems about right from what I'm thinking so far.
We're talking some Georgia football. Of course, you might as well start at the top. We got Clint here from Locked On Bulldogs. You can catch his podcast. And what's the best way to track your work and what you guys have going on there at Locked On?
Yeah, follow us over on Twitter. We interact quite a bit over there. That's our favorite place to engage, interact, message, dogs podcast. Get on over there. Follow us. We are on YouTube and as well as an audio podcast every single day. Come season, we're going to do after game shows and recaps. And during the off season, we're asking all sorts of questions of roster management. But the Twitter is the best place to interact with us, and that is actually us interacting with you and doing that over on Dogs Podcast.
Before we get to August 31st, of course, there's an August camp. Before we know it, it's going to be SEC Media Days, and then you go right into camp, and we're off and running. Any particular position battles that you're looking out for that you think are going to be hot and heavy in August?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Before camp broke to go into the summer, Kirby Smart, the one position group we were actually nervous about was offensive line. Cedric Van Pran, center for Georgia last year. We had incredible talent everywhere on the offensive line. Left tackle has become a place where first-round picks and NFL teams come to get first-round picks for Georgia. And we were actually okay losing everybody but Cedric Van Pran. We were very nervous. He made all the calls. He had great chemistry. He was the leader. You talk to any of the offensive linemen, they all said SVP's the man. He is the absolute glue that holds this offensive together. So we were really nervous about that. It turns out that Kirby listed 6 guys that he really, really cares for and thinks that there's the 6-man rotation on offensive line. Now, that gives me pause because I don't like that. That number's low to me. We have seen seasons come where we've needed 7, 8 guys in the rotation, and Kirby doesn't pull his punches with that. If he had 7 or 8 guys he trusted, he would have said so. He's not hiding his cards. Position battle of backup guard and who is backup center going to be really, really, really interesting to me. Xavier Truss kicks out to right tackle from guard position. Left tackle Ernest Green, who those seem locked in. Dylan Fairchild and a bunch of guys in the middle are going to have to battle out for that probably 7th and 8th position. And I want more depth on the offensive line. So I need to see something coming out of camp in the fall that's going to show me there's depth on that. So that's one position group to keep an eye out. The second position group to keep an eye out is defensive back. The star position, Georgia runs a defense that has a star position. It's a safety linebacker-esque kind of hybrid role in the line, in the box, but also up covering in the middle of the field. That position right now, we have youth everywhere. In the safety positions, we have Malachi Starks, who is the best talented player on the defensive side. Maybe not the most productive this year, but the talent-wise, he's there. Other safety is a question mark. We have a number of guys who transferred over, a number of guys who are still there. Dan Jackson is still there, I think, for maybe his 9th year of eligibility. I don't know how it's possible, but it's still happening, and he's back there. It's going to be wild because while Malachi Starks is the glue on the back end, he's going to have an alternative player who's playing next to him in the box. We have seen Georgia's defenses, when they've been good, they have relied on seniority in the defensive backfield. Kirby Smart loves coaching safeties, loves coaching defensive backs. And Christopher Smith, Malachi Starks, Tyke Smith, those are the guys that the Clemson game, that's what won it there for us. Those 3 were hugely important in that game. So I need to see who's going to take over star. KJ Bolden, an upcoming freshman, an all-world talent. He is a physical freak, playing strong safety star, something like that. He is nowhere near ready. We saw him in G-Day, the spring game. He's not mentally ready. Physically, he's getting there. He's looking bigger and faster, but he just can't make the calls right now. Janelle Guerrero is another safety. We're expecting big things out of him. I think he's going to win a lot of position groups, but that's another one to keep an eye out for. And then lastly, offensive side, I think we have every skill position come up, but the one that's going to be interesting is the mix of wide receiver. We run about 8 deep wide receivers right now. That could be what we call starting. And when we say starting is you're on the field for play 1, but if you look at snap count, Kirby's done this year in, year out, where he might put somebody in. Mike Bobo might call an offensive scheme to start the drive to begin the game with a running back or a wide receiver that doesn't have the most snap counts, but for whatever reason, they wanted that particular look. We have 8 deep right now. London Humphreys comes over in the transfer portal. Colby Young comes over in the transfer portal. I'm very high on Colby Young. I think he is. I've called my shot early, kind of our shock and awe early predictions. I think he's going to lead this wide receiver group in touchdowns, not receptions or yards, but touchdowns. His catch radius is incredible coming over from Miami. I want to see. It's going to be interesting to see the rotation of that. Rah, Dom Lovett are guys who are coming back who have absolute productivity, numbers, catches, yards to go with it. But it's a packed house. And to see who's going to take the receptions that Brock Bowers no longer has, 71, 75 receptions, got to go somewhere. And probably Oscar Delp's not going to be the Brock Bowers type that we all have grown accustomed to the last 3 years. It's going to go wide receivers. I'm interested to see who that is. So those would be the 3 groups I would focus on most of all.
Yeah, what a loss in Brock Bowers. And rarely do you think of that guy being a tight end, because who runs an offense through a tight end?
Right.
Brock Bowers was just so incredible. And he really jumped off for me at the conclusion of what was that 21 near the stretch drive of 2021. And it was obvious to anyone who knew anything about football. Wow, this guy is special. Yes. And he just consistently was the man for the rest of his career.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Brock Bowers goes down as the best tight end in Georgia history, the best tight end in college football history. You look at what he was able to do, productivity numbers, as well as just go look at the players who were drafted first round, drafted alongside him, who played against Brock, that were made to look foolish by him. And I think it's insane. This is where NFL GMs, I swear, hate being employed. Just hate being employed, because they will come out, well, he doesn't look athletic. If you look at this numbers, I'm like, look at the tape of the guy you just drafted 9 spots ahead of him that couldn't defend him on an even playing field. And you try to explain to me logically how that works out. Brock Bowers is going to just feast in a Raiders uniform. I'm going to watch Raider games because he is must watch TV. Our offense, he made things happen. We call it an eraser on defense. Roquan Smith is an eraser on defense. You can screw up with 9 guys, but he can make a play just because he's so talented. Brock Bowers is that guy on offense. You can have a bad throw. You can have a bad executed play. Ball gets in his hands and watch out. He may score on a busted play a lot in this league because nobody can match up against him. Brock Bowers is one of my favorite players of all time.
Clint, you mentioned the 2 big wide receiver pickups last year, Rob Thomas and Dominic Levette. Colby Young this year. Can you give us, in addition to Colby Young, who you believe is that list of transfer players who could make an impact?
Yeah, absolutely. Colby Young and London Humphreys is the other wide receiver transferring in, gonna make a huge impact. London Humphreys, coming in from Vanderbilt, is a speedy possession receiver. Those two together don't really go. Possession receiver is usually somebody who has route running ability and catches the ball right near the line of scrimmage. But he is a speedster. When we played Vanderbilt, he was able just to absolutely demolish us for a touchdown. Drew us streaking down the middle, speeding past linebackers. Dumas Johnson no longer part of Georgia. But I think it's quite incredible. Those 2 guys are going to fit right in perfectly with Lovett and with Rah, because those guys are technicians, can play any of the positions, but also huge possession, catchability, sure-handedness, trusted of Carson Beck. That's going to be huge. And sticking on the offensive side, ETN is going to absolutely feast in this offense. Everybody says one of the best returning running backs in the SEC. I think he is the best returning running back. We lost a lot of production to the draft, to graduation from running back, and we have a bunch of unproven or injured, so young or injured guys in the running back room right now. Roderick Robinson, another guy who we have high hopes on. But ETN is a different beast. The closest we can get kind of conceptually is DeAndre Swift, once of the Lions, then of the Eagles, now of the Bears. DeAndre Swift was able to put his foot in the ground, one cut, and up the field 25-yard chunk plays. And we've been missing that in this Georgia offense for a long time. We've been missing explosive running plays. And if you're looking at an offense, you say, well, explosiveness comes through there. Well, if actually you look at some of the top, Lane Kiffin, one of the top offensive minds, has a lot of runs, has more running plays in his arsenal than passing plays, because you can gain explosiveness from there. So I think Etienne is going to allow us to absolutely have a different feel of running game. And then finally, McLeod over on the defensive line, Xavier McLeod comes in, transfer, adds depth, probably doesn't add top and ceiling, but comes over from South Carolina, adds a lot of depth on the defensive line. Big man, over 325, over 6'5". And he is just going to be an added addition for a loss of Zion Logues and a lot of seniority over there. Kirby likes trench warfare, likes rotation of players to keep healthy and to keep fresh. And so I think those 4 names are going to be the standout ones for me this year to add a lot of added layers to this Georgia offense and defense.
And Clint, there's not going to be any issue with Etienne being on the field. I know that he had off the field issues.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably going to be, it could be a 1-game suspension. Kirby Smart, everybody hates Kirby for this, but look, it's his program. He can do. He always says, we'll handle that internally. Discipline handled internally. It's just every single time somebody will come and ask, and he will say the same line every time. I don't know why reporters keep asking him, but it's the same exact thing. I anticipate a suspension of some sort from in-house of Kirby. He may miss the Clemson game, in which case Roderick Robinson and the aforementioned guys will have to be leaned upon a lot more. But I do anticipate missing some time, but not a lengthy suspension, maybe even a half for that Clemson game.
Folks, please like the video here at the Voice of College Football and subscribe, and get on over and check out Clint's podcast with Clint and Daniel. They get together to talk Georgia football, and that typically drops how often?
We're daily. In the off season, we go 3 times a week, but in season, starting here in 2 months after July gets up and going, we'll be every single day, podcast, audio, wherever you download, as well as YouTube. And you can get both for us. And we'll be doing 6 in season when we do an after Saturday game reaction, as well as doing news and updates throughout the week of Kirby's pressers, injury reports, look aheads, and crossovers with other experts of other teams that Georgia is playing.
You mentioned KJ Bolden's development and what he needs to work on. Ellis Robinson, of course, at the top of the commitment list and signing list for 2024. Who do you expect could be a true freshman that could make an impact on this team?
Look, Ellis Robinson is a different breed of player from all accounts. He came in ready to go. His size is already there. His speed is already there. It's just trustability. And if you know Georgia, there's always been one cornerback who is probably locked down a position. And then the other cornerback opposite of him has always been a kind of roll of dice. And Kirby has no problem putting a freshman out there. Tyson Campbell was one of the guys that Kirby started freshman year early on. And so he's not scared to do it. And Ellis Robinson, if you look at all the experts on the recruiting trail, will say he was probably head and shoulders above other 5 stars. Not all 5 stars are created the same, and there's only a few of them. He was different. And so he came in, and he is looking to start day 1. And I wouldn't be shocked if coming out of fall camp, heading into Clemson, we look down, and sure enough, we have a true freshman starting over there. Would not shock me in the slightest. He is probably my guy I'm looking forward to. KJ Bolden, again, might have actually a better career than Ellis Robinson because he's going to develop at probably year 2 in the system. The star position has a lot more complexities. Kirby likes to sit corners out on the island where you can just rely on pure athleticism, speed, and ability to read hips. And he does that quite often. We're like, man up, play, kind of the Seattle Seahawks of old. When they won their championship and then lost. That's what they do with corners. With safeties, you're asked to do a great deal more. You're quarterbacking a great deal more. So I do anticipate him to probably be the one I would look to most of all to get a lot of that. And then the second guy is actually a running back, Nate Frazier, might have a lot of opportunity. Again, guys coming back from Achilles and ACLs, ETN with that unknown game 1. But Kirby has never, ever let the tread on the tires go bare in the running back room, rotating a lot of guys because he knows if I want to get you to the league, you can't be tireless. You got to have something to show these NFL GMs. They got to be able to trust, no, you weren't just taking, 500 carries for 4 years in a row. So I think Frazier is probably the one I would look to skill wise at the running back room. And we've seen, of course, freshman running backs at Georgia have great success. So those would be my two names to keep an eye on.
June's a month of official visits and camps. Where does the recruiting effort stand?
My gosh, we just got two big ones this last week for Georgia. And if you know anything about recruiting, when these 5 stars hit, when they drop, when they make commitments early and on, the recruitment's not over an NIL deal. This is an ongoing recruitment. But Zayden Walker, linebacker, just committed to Georgia. And my goodness, when you watch this film, I said earlier, not all 5 stars are the same. This dude might be the same type of situation where he comes in and Bowles, as well as a couple other linebackers, might be seeking another school because of this kid. 6'1.5", 225, runs a 100-meter with blazing speed on the track team as well. He just committed to Georgia. Maybe one of my most exciting recruits in a couple of years, ever since Nakobe Dean and Roquan Smith. I think he is going to be a difference maker and a heartbeat. And then Talon Taylor just committed wide receiver for Georgia. This guy is not only a crisp route runner, but blazing speed as well. And he's going to fit right into a system. I think 6'1", 180 right now out of Illinois. Those two names just hit, and it's going to keep on going. That bumped Georgia's rank up, I think, to top 4 or 5, somewhere in there, depending on what recruiting service you use. Before it was, I think, 8. The average recruit ranking is creeping up to be the best in the nation. And so that's really, really exciting. And then last one, USC just lost their edge recruit. I think today I've been keeping up on this because I've been trying to understand where he's going to go. But Isaiah Gibson just said no more to USC. Now, Ohio State is in the mix. Georgia's in the mix. He's from the South. But my gosh, I am excited. Number 1 recruit in the next cycle, regardless of position, and Georgia's well within means and striking distance to land him, which would catapult us to the number 1 position in a hurry.
Hey, Clint, before we let you go, I'm mighty interested in the trajectory of programs and then looking back, what brought a program to where they are right now. So, for example, Jimbo Fisher wins a national championship at Florida State. Things went sour in his personal life. He also, missed on some things there at Florida State. He leaves. The roster's depleted. 2 coaches later, it takes 6-7 years for Mike Norvell to make it happen, get them back on their feet. With Georgia, they were in a good place with Mark Richt. So I think Mark Richt gets a bit discarded by a lot of college football fans. He finished in the top 10 more than half of his seasons at Georgia. If there's a 4-team playoff, and I'm spitting out things that you know better than I do, they go to a 4-team playoff in 2002, 7, maybe 8, 12, of course, where they might have had the best team in the country. If a pass either gets knocked down or time runs. I'm sorry, I had to bring that up.
Why just not hit the ground? Why is it got to be up in the air for days?
Anything would have happened.
Anything.
So my point there is, it's easy to say now, oh, well, Mark Richt was good, but he wasn't that good. He was like a top 10 guy. Well, they upgraded with Kirby Smart. But no, there was risk there. Kirby Smart was not proven as a head coach. Mark Richt was. They had a good thing going, but they made that break to say, now this has happened with some other programs. Nebraska, Bo Pelini wasn't good enough winning 9 games. And they would love to win 9 games now. So it's easier to evaluate in hindsight, but what really happened with this Georgia program in regards to Mark Richt, where it was then versus what Kirby Smart has been able to do, which is just obviously it's a monster.
Yeah, I think besides the development of players has always been there. Mark Richt could pull guys from Georgia and from the South. People wanted to play for Mark Richt, and he was fantastic at strategizing. I think the difference was the game has changed, and you see this with Nick Saban's retirement. Nick Saban just didn't want to continue coaching in this new era of college football. That's it. Like, he was just tired and he was done with it. Kirby Smart knows how to navigate NIL. He knows how to navigate. It's very, very wild, actually, when recruits come in, and this happened with Caleb Downs, Ohio State. Caleb Downs goes on campus to try to get more money from Georgia in an NIL deal and pits Ohio State against Georgia. Kirby played chicken and didn't blink, and he said, if you want to go to Ohio State for this, like, go do it. I'm not going to play that game. I'm going to take care of people. Yes, absolutely. And that's why Ryan Day has, you better win it or you're going to be busted, because you got checks. They're going to come cashing. Kirby is somebody who has the facilities. He has the mentality. He knows how to talk to these young men and get them into the program with recruitment. Mark Richt was a good recruiter, but not an elite recruiter. Kirby Smart's the best recruiter in the nation. So I think that's point one of this post BCS NIL landscape that is never ending and always there, which is why I made a prediction on the podcast a little bit ago. Kirby Smart is not making it to the age that Nick Saban did. No college football coaches, unless regulation comes, unless we start mandating actual dead periods, not fake dead periods, unless we actually say, no, we're going to no longer Wild West this thing. These coaches cannot survive. It is literally a 24/7, 365 process with these recruits and with these programs, and that's unsustainable. Kirby Smart so far has had the energy, the age, the youngness that he has had, as well as his aptitude to talking to these young men. So it's been very, very good. And Mark Richt, beloved by Bulldog fans. No one talks badly about him. And his even just departure of saying, I understand. I get it, guys. I wasn't able to take us all the way to the mountain. I understand. Do your thing. He did so well, and he's been welcomed back in since leaving Miami by Georgia faithful and Kirby Smart himself, which is fantastic to see. But I think that's point one. Point two is Kirby was able to get coaches that are top of their field. You see Dan Lanning crushing at Oregon. Oregon's going to win a championship before Alabama does in the next 5 years. Dan Lanning will have a trophy before Kalen DeBoer does. Absolutely. You see that. You see Mel Tucker even able to do things at Michigan State before that went sideways in a hurry over there. He was beating teams he shouldn't have beat. And there is a chance. You see this at Michigan with Carr when they fired a Hall of Fame head coach, and then they went through 8, 9, 10 years, a decade of horridness. Georgia took its time, called a guy who was part of the program, who had Georgia roots, who wanted to come back, who coached for Saban. And look, he credits Saban a lot. Alabama fan here. We're not saying that he wasn't aided by Nick Saban in Alabama. He was greatly, and he learned a bunch of incredible stuff over there. We're very, very thankful for that. So I think recruitment, development of coaches, and his insistence on culture. You hear his speeches; they're stuff of legend. You hear his little he thinks a year ahead, and he comes up. Burn the boats is something that he gave a couple of years ago. That was his thing. Keep chopping, and it's this moniker that he does. So I think he understands the culture of college football and college and young men a great deal. It's not just X's and O's. He hires a Mike Bobo to do that very, very well. And the rest of it, he takes care of the feel and the vibe of the place. And if you talk to young men these days, these college kids' vibe is what they're all about. They want to make sure that they are clicking with the culture in the locker room. And he has that on lockdown at Georgia.
It's the Dogs Podcast on the Locked On Network, Locked On Bulldogs with Clint and with Daniel. So please join them there. Clint, first time here at the Voice of College Football. You are welcome anytime. We appreciate the conversation. It was good stuff.
Yeah, I love being here. This was fantastic. I love what you guys are doing.
Yeah, Kyle Loomis joining us from E2C Network. Kyle, what's going on today?
Not too much. Just trying to get through the summer so we can start having some legitimate college football talk to mull about around the water cooler.
Well, hopefully we will not be having illegitimate college football talk for the next few minutes here. Let's talk some recruiting. Let's start there, because people are so super excited to see Cam Coleman this year on the field. And of course, that wide receiver class was outstanding and will need to be to supplement, of course, the passing game and see something. So how does this year's haul at this point compare? Is Auburn off to a good start?
Well, you know, Hugh Freeze, when he was brought in, one of the things that he used to sell himself, obviously to the decision makers, but to the Auburn people, was his ability to recruit from the past. And that has carried over in very good measure here at Auburn so far. I think what he was able to pull together in a very short time in that initial class, kind of, if you want to call it a half class, when he got here at the end of the Brian Harsin era, his first full one last year was pretty good as well. But we're talking about the 2025 class already being in the top 10, and some would argue really making a case to be in the top 5 at this point. Now, if you go to different rankings sites, you're going to find them anywhere from like 6th, 7th, 8th, somewhere in that vicinity. A top 10 class this early in the 2025 class. So I would say that recruiting is going very, very well on paper. Obviously, we always talk about the stars they come in with don't matter as much as the stars that they leave with. But on paper, Hugh Freeze is doing exactly what we thought he would do, what he sold himself on as a coach, what he brings to the table, what he would do for Auburn. The cupboard was not bare at Auburn, but it is being filled up very, very strongly by Hugh Freeze in only his second full year of having a full recruiting cycle to work through and work his magic. So we're pretty pleased right now with what's going on.
Are there any particular targets out there that will make this an extremely successful class if they lean the Auburn way and finally make that decision, as opposed to, there's always that collection of players that are near the top at their positions that have your particular team, Auburn in this case, in that group of 4 or 5 that you're holding out for. So who would be those guys?
I've got to say the word that every Auburn fan right now was thinking as you were asking that question. And his name is Julian Lewis, or Juju as his nickname. He's a current Southern Cal commit. He just got done with a visit to Auburn. It's a very big recruiting weekend for Auburn. Very successful, I think, getting the commitment of Eric Winters, the defensive back that has been long thought he would commit to Auburn, finally did. But when you talk about who's out there, who are Auburn fans focused on, it's quarterback, USC commit, Julian Lewis. I get asked within 5 minutes anytime I go live, is Juju going to commit? Obviously, the answer is I don't know. Obviously, if you take him off face value and what he's saying after his visits, when he's asked questions, when he's doing an interview, it all sounds promising, right? But he's still committed to Southern Cal. Obviously, you would hope that this weekend was maybe that final push that he needed to make that decision to flip. The question also is out there, do you need another quarterback? Because you just brought in Walker White in this last class. And does he need to bring that extra piece into the quarterback room right now? I would say if you always have the opportunity to bring in a talent, it seems like Juju is, you definitely take that opportunity and bring him in to create competition, because competition makes everybody better. But if you want to talk about names that people are focused on right now in the Auburn space, Julian Lewis is the only one that you will hear people asking about, wondering about, lamenting about. Will he commit? Only time will tell.
Kyle Loomis, E2C Network. So the unique situation there on Kyle's YouTube channel is that it is Auburn through and through. Everything concerning Auburn athletics, the community, the vibe, the environment, the history, the tradition, the brand, everything involving Auburn. Take the deep dive. Head on over there to E2C Network. Kyle, when it comes to the passing game, we won't pile on too much. We're turning over a new leaf, looking at 2024. Well, let's take the positive end of this offensive situation. Jarquez Hunter is back. The offensive line was a good run blocking line. I can't really comment to the pass protection, even though I watched the games. I don't recall what the situation was there, but just highlighting that if you can run the ball in the SEC, then that is a great foundational piece. And there are a lot of publications across the nation that see Auburn taking a substantial climb to 8 or 9 wins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for Auburn to be at 9 wins. I'm kind of sitting somewhere in the 8-4 record range right now. It's not an official prediction from me, but that's kind of what it feels like. In fact, that's the operating standard I usually come in with every year as a bare minimum for Auburn. As a program, historically, they should be capable at minimum of 8-4. Obviously, of late, that's not gone that way. Those are long discussions that we've already discussed thousands of times here on your show before, why that is. But 9 wins isn't out of the realm of possibility. Now, that's a difficult task, and some of that is going to be dictated by what you just discussed here. What is the offense going to look like? What is the passing game going to look like? Auburn's got some great running backs. Jarquez Hunter, I think if he is on a more prolific offensive team, is one of the best running backs in the conference. And I think he is one of the best running backs in the conference, but he would be considered by most because he'd be getting the attention he deserves. The running attack has suffered because of the passing attack or lack thereof. and that wasn't all that exciting last year. Some of that's on the quarterback situation, but a lot of that's, as you and I have discussed, not trying to pile on too much, by a lot of other factors. Wide receivers dropping the balls that literally hit them in the hands, and an offensive line that, when it comes to pass blocking, sometimes looks like we're at a bullfight, and a matador is saying "Ole," running for the life. And I've continued to give you props on my show every time I get for opening my eyes to Peyton Thorne's mobility. And boy, did he have to show it a lot last year. There was one game he basically single-handedly won it by using his legs. So will Auburn take a big step forward this year? My gut says yes. Now, I guess the question is, what do you consider, you, the viewer, anybody asking that question? What's a big step forward? Obviously, a winning season would be great, above 500 record. But I think 8-4 is definitely an improvement that should be satisfactory to everybody. But Auburn definitely is capable of doing much more. Just a lot of it depends on what happens with our offensive line and the offense in general.
Two-part final question, Kyle. Why is Cam Coleman so good? Or maybe a better description of the question would not be why, but what are his attributes that just make people just gush over this guy? And number two, in addition to Cam Coleman, who do you expect as a newcomer, whether that's a true freshman or a transfer portal addition, to be that list of guys that should make an impact?
I think what people gush over is obviously the talk around him coming out of high school. It's hard not to ignore when you get 5 stars and 5-star plus ratings from some sites. You look at his measurables, he's 6'3", approximately 180 pounds. When he's out there on the field, he looks every bit of it. I think that in and of itself, we haven't had a just dominant, very sizably measurable wide receiver in a while. We've had some guys with size, but they've not risen to the occasion for whatever reason that might be. This guy has had an opportunity to be out there at A-Day, and it is a spring game, I grant you. But as I continue to try to wave the banner of caution, just to not overhype these kids until we give them a chance to get their feet wet, he doesn't help me in waving that banner. He continues to show that he just knows how to high point a ball, how to track it. If it's underthrown, he can come back and get it. If it's overthrown, he can go out and get it. You'll find a highlight from the A-Day game, actually a couple of them with him. One where he had to make a diving catch. I believe the ball was thrown by backup Hank Brown, if I'm not mistaken. But you could argue if it was overthrown or just placed perfectly, because it's Cam Coleman. I think that's what it is what you've got is a situation where Auburn fans don't feel comfortable about hardly any of their quarterbacks holistically. But when you've got a guy like Cam Coleman who can go make plays, even on maybe overthrown, underthrown balls, that's really exciting to Auburn fans. So he continues to build his legend. Most people expect him to start. I would say that's a fair assessment based on what we've seen right now, given the fact that nobody else has really taken that. When you want to look at maybe freshmen also to keep an eye on, you obviously look at the rest of that wide receiver class. Perry Thompson just got here. A lot of people have asked me lately, is he going to start? It's not that I don't think he's not capable of starting. I just wonder, he's got a little bit of less time than, say, a Cam Coleman does, than a Bryce Kane, also a wide receiver in that class that's been here as part of A-Day. Same thing would go for Malcolm Simmons, having less time just getting here as well. But Perry Thompson's one definitely to watch in this class that I think would be very exciting for Auburn fans. A lot of questions about defensive line and who's going to contribute the most there. Morris Williams might be one of those to keep an eye on, just to see if he's able to crack any playing time across the defensive front. But I have a sneaking suspicion that defensive front is going to be a little bit more formidable than people think it will be. And not a lot of big names there outside of Keldrick Falk, who will be in year 2. But if I'm looking for somewhere to watch in terms of freshmen, I'm looking at the wide receiver group. I'm looking probably at the defensive front to see if any of those new names can break out and make a name for themselves this year.
Kyle Loomis, E2C Network. Track everything Auburn right there with Kyle and everyone there at the E2C Network. Kyle, appreciate you stopping by as always.
Thanks for having me in War Eagle.
Kalen DeBoer's got to deal with the legacy of Nick Saban. He's also got to do it against a pretty difficult schedule in 2024. Welcome to the Voice of College Football. Roll Tide. We appreciate you being here. Please like the video and subscribe. We are running down the Alabama schedule and the percentage chances of Alabama losing/winning these games in Kalen DeBoer's inaugural season in Tuscaloosa. Of course, the Alabama standard is super high, only eclipsed in recent years by Georgia. Nick Saban, the best record in college football, both during regular season play, during his stay in Tuscaloosa, and then, of course, the postseason with 6 national championships since 2009. For Bama to keep up with that standard, they got to deal with Georgia, and they've got to do it in Tuscaloosa on September 28th. Of course, when there was an East and West division split in the SEC, these two only got together every 6 years, but this is going to be a more frequent matchup for college football fans to enjoy going forward. We're giving Bama a 38% chance to defeat the consensus number 1 team in the nation. Nick Saban owned this series, although he did lose the last matchup with Kirby Smart in the 2021 national championship game. On to the November 9th clash against LSU. This has become one of the most viewed games in college football on television over the past 20 seasons. It was a barn burner the last time they got together in Death Valley, a 33-32 win for LSU, which meant that they would go on to the SEC championship game, and it cost Alabama a playoff appearance in 2022. We give Bama a 44% chance of going on the road and winning this game against LSU, which basically means we think Bama is a slightly better football team overall. Neutral site would give them more of a low 60% tile chance of winning this game at home against LSU, but Death Valley, one of the more difficult places to play in all of college football, as is Knoxville, Tennessee. Now, of course, Nick Saban's teams were so much better for so long, and they dodged a few bullets against Butch Jones and Derek Dooley and all those Tennessee teams, but they, of course, won all those games under Nick Saban until their last trip in Knoxville, losing on the last-second field goal, 52-49 in a classic. They were down 2 scores, was Bama at home to Tennessee last year at halftime, but came roaring back to win 34-20. The two teams get together on October 19th. We give Bama a 54% chance of winning at Tennessee. We give Bama a similar chance of winning on the road at Norman, 58%, on November 23rd, as, of course, the Sooners and Texas enter the SEC. The Tide has taken on Texas the last 2 years, and probably one of the big reasons why they do not play this season. 58% is the chance of winning in Norman, according to the Voice of College Football. The only trip Bama ever took to Oklahoma was back in 2002 against Bob Stoops' teams, when the Sooners won back-to-back games in 2002, 2003. Of course, they won the 2013 Sugar Bowl, but Bama won the playoff matchup in 2018. Missouri has suddenly become a factor. Suddenly, this is a big game. And again, like other former Eastern Division foes, except Tennessee, Bama will face them more often than they have in the past. These two teams last got together in 2019 and 2020. They face each other October 26th, give Bama a 64% chance of defeating a Mizzou team that finished 11-2 last year and won the Cotton Bowl. November 30th, of course, is the big showdown in the Iron Bowl against Auburn. This is often a monumental struggle for Bama, and was the last 2 trips to Auburn. On the Plains, they struggle, but look at the matchups in Tuscaloosa. Over the past 6 matchups, going back to 2012, Bama has won those games by 160 points, an average of a 27-point win against Auburn, and they've got the Tigers in Tuscaloosa on November 30th. The Tide goes on the road and travels north of the Mason-Dixon line for the first time since 2010 at Penn State, as they go to Camp Randall Stadium to take on Wisconsin. Bama won this matchup in 2015 in Houston, give the Tide a 78% chance of winning against Luke Fickell and company. Of course, the Tide took on Cincinnati's team under Luke Fickell in the 2021 playoffs. On October 12th, Bama goes to South Carolina, the scene of one of the program's greatest wins in school history, as they upset the defending national champions in 2010, Greg McElroy and company. but I give South Carolina little chance to do it again. 91% probability of Bama winning this game against one of the weaker rosters in the SEC on October 12th. September 7th, we've got USF coming to town, and of course, Tampa was the site of a rare Bama road game against a group of 5 as they went to the NFL stadium and almost tripped up. They were down 3-0 in the second half, won 17-3 in an ugly game with Tyler Buckner at quarterback. South Florida was a much improved team last year at 7-6 with talented quarterback Byron Brown at the helm. Give Bama a 94% chance of defeating the Bulls at home. And remembering that game from 2023 and trying to make amends and make a statement in this game against USF. I'm actually giving South Florida a better chance of defeating Bama than an SEC team, Vanderbilt. Bama goes to Nashville on October 5th. Give them a 96% chance of defeating the Commodores, who went 0-8 in the SEC, were basically not in any of those games. Bama won the last meeting in 2022, 55-3. And then you've got a date against Western Kentucky to open the season at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Give Bama a 98% chance of winning against a really nice Group of 5 program that is typically one of the better teams at that level of play. They like to sling it around. They finished at 8-5 in 2023. And then, of course, November 16th is the Mercer game. And you could call it a mercy killing of sorts. Bama, 99% certainty of winning that game. Of course, Bama's got the talent and they've got the quarterback to win any of these games. And they've got a proven coach, even though this is going to be his first year in Tuscaloosa. And there's usually a reasonable transition period. If you go strictly by the percentages I delivered, Bama's going to go 10-2, and they would make the college football playoff. But of course, look at the percentage chances of winning against the likes of Mizzou and Tennessee and Oklahoma, and it makes it likely that Bama trips up another time and finishes at 9-3. We will, of course, have our predictions on Bama, the rest of the SEC, and the rest of college football coming up later this summer. Would love to get your comments down below on our win probabilities for Bama for 2024 right here at the Voice of College Football.
Yeah, so Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC. I just wanted to first get off your preconceived notions of what that's going to look like going forward for you guys, and how do your fans feel about it too, about Texas and OU joining? I think I know about Texas, but I actually do want to know about OU as well, because I don't know if there's any history there.
You know, it's kind of funny. Arkansas fans, and I'm not trying to speak for all of them, but I think the majority of them love it. They love the fact that they're joining the conference. And there's a few reasons to why, but one of the biggest things, I'll start with Oklahoma. People may not realize, but Arkansas and Fayetteville, they don't have a whole lot of Power 5 programs around them, at all. And in fact, the closest one in the conference, in the SEC, might be Missouri. And Columbia, Missouri is about 6 hours away, 5.5, 6 hours away. So nothing close. And it's always felt like Arkansas, when they joined the SEC, they were the most northwest corner of the SEC. So they felt so far away. But Norman, Oklahoma from Fayetteville is only about 3.5 hours away. And it's kind of nice to be able to say, hey, if Arkansas plays in Norman on a football Saturday and the game's at 2:30, Razorback fans can make the drive there in the morning and make the drive back and it not be too crazy. So I think that's an element that's pretty cool. Obviously, the program itself, but just having somebody close by to go to games is going to be quite a change. But the Texas angle, Arkansas fans, I think Texas fans probably know this. Arkansas fans, there's a lot of history between the two programs. And if Arkansas fans are kind of like how I was when I was growing up, my dad, you're always about a fan of what your dad is. My dad was a Razorback fan and he hates Texas because that's just how it was. And when that happens, it kind of gets passed down to you. And so there's a lot of Razorback fans that are younger that hate Texas, but they don't know why. But the truth is because it's their parents. It's because of the older generation. And let's be honest. Texas is the biggest dog in the state, and they're one of the biggest programs, biggest moneymaker. Everyone knows exactly what they are. And so it's one of those games that always means, I would say this, it means more to Arkansas than it does to Texas. And that's not an insult. It's just true. I think it means a lot more. Texas is more worried about Oklahoma, more worried about A&M than Arkansas. But to Arkansas, they want that game every time they play. So I think Razorback fans were all for it because they get to play Texas more. And there's an element to that. I think not only just in football, but in all sports. I mean, baseball, both baseball programs are really good. There's basketball elements to it now. There's just so much that can be done. But, Razorback fans were pissed when A&M and Missouri got at it. I'll be honest. But with Texas and Oklahoma, I think most Razorback fans are like, good. Because if we're going to have great teams in this conference, might as well be teams that either are really closer to us or teams that we have history with. So let's make it happen.
So, John, just to take off on the last thing that you said there, because this has been my observation, both through just being a college football nut, but also having conversations with guys like you, is that obviously Arkansas joins the SEC in 1992, and certainly correct any of my thought process here if it's wrong. But much like when Nebraska joined the Big Ten, and the Big Ten forced this rivalry between Iowa and Nebraska, not that it doesn't make sense, they're neighbors. There is some history from the past. And other forced rivalries across the country. The one that I could never get on board with, not that it was considered a rivalry, but forcing Texas A&M and South Carolina to play every year when you couldn't select two schools in the SEC that had less to do with each other than those two schools. But I understand the whole format, which, again, another topic. I don't agree with how the format had to be upheld from top to bottom. But Arkansas, LSU, they get put together. And again, based on my observation and talking to people, maybe LSU not caring quite as much about that as Arkansas did. But I always thought it was a really cool game, especially when they were both good. We can think back upon a lot of great matchups on Thanksgiving weekend. Playing at the same time every year kind of gave it a little cachet, I think, as well. Mm-hmm. And then Texas A&M and Mizzou join, and they've got to pair somebody with Mizzou. So suddenly the LSU game's gone as a last weekend affair, loses its luster, and Arkansas gets pinned with Missouri. And sure, I get it. There's some regionality there. But to your point, there's regionality when you're sitting somewhere else in the country thinking, yeah, Arkansas, Missouri, yeah, they're in the same region. But as you just pointed out, not really. And that's been kind of a forced rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it, because that's something that I think most Razorback fans will always be very upset by. And, I think LSU wanted that game to go away from being the last game of the season because, as you mentioned, it was a great rivalry. And a lot of times there were so many occasions that LSU was a better football team, but Arkansas won because they wanted it more. And I think that frustrated LSU. I've talked to my friends down there who cover all things LSU, and they've always mentioned that. They're like, they hate that game because it just seems like if LSU does not play their A game, Arkansas is going to find a way to win. In fact, the past four straight years, or maybe 3 straight years, Arkansas and LSU have played, the game has ended in a 3-point victory for either team. Like, it's that close. So, yeah, there's a lot of history, and Razorback fans were very upset by that because for two things. I think when the SEC had A&M and Missouri join, I think that, instead of just making it the easy pick of just saying, all right, well, A&M and Missouri, you guys play each other at the end of the year. Like, that could have been just the easiest thing. But they're like, hold on, let's analyze this. LSU wants out of this Arkansas game. Who knows? They probably called and said, hey, we want to move on from that. And they love A&M because A&M's in Texas. Texas, we need that Texas market, and it needs to be a good matchup. So A&M and LSU, that one makes sense. And then Arkansas, you get Missouri. It's kind of like when you were a kid and there was an odd number of kids in the class, and you got you were like maybe late, or you felt like you were going to the bathroom when everyone paired up in groups, and then when you get back, you have nobody, so you just get paired with the teacher. It's like nobody wants that. Nobody wants to deal with that. But that's what Arkansas got. And Missouri, they've beaten Arkansas more often than not in that game. It's mainly, there's a lot of reasons why, but like Arkansas has also struggled in seasons as it is. But it's just, it was a frustrating thing, and it still is. It's still not a rivalry. I don't see it being a rivalry, but as soon as it happened, I think this is what made it really bad for Razorbacks fans. As soon as they got paired, suddenly, boom, they have a trophy, and boom, they have a rivalry name, and then boom, it's a sponsor trophy. It's like, why can't you just let this be organic instead of just trying to force this issue? Like, force this marriage that I don't think anybody really wants. It was just uncomfortable. It was weird. It was awkward, and it sucks. Like, everybody else is having a great rivalry week and playing some big teams, maybe besides Tennessee and Vanderbilt. But then it's like Arkansas, Missouri. I'm like, no one wants to watch that. Nobody does. I don't even think Razorback fans want to. And sometimes I don't even think Missouri fans want to. So, yeah, that sucks. It still sucks. I wish it would change. But unfortunately, I think Arkansas is just paired with Missouri and stuck with Missouri in all programs for the foreseeable future.
I only have one other question. I don't know what else Matthew has, but I'll just take this realignment talk to the national level. Just get your thoughts about what has transpired since we've covered the Oklahoma-Texas situation, going to the SEC, bulking up the SEC to 16, and a ridiculous number of quality programs. Shoot, you could be going forward as the 12th or 13th best team in the SEC in particular years and be a really good football team. But with what's happening in the Big Ten, with the SEC and the Big Ten kind of forming this advisory committee that I could go on and have gone on and on about what it could mean to college football. Just where do you think the game is? How comfortable are you with it? And where would you like to see it land? Or where do you want to see it land versus where do you think it will land?
Well, I'll say this. When Arkansas made the move, I'm sure you remember this, to the SEC, it was a pretty controversial thing. And some people still kind of point to that as the end of the Southwest Conference, or at least the beginning of the end. And Frank Broyles, who was a legendary football coach and legendary athletic director for Arkansas, did a lot of great things, did a lot of not so great things, but there's no question the greatest thing he ever did was get Arkansas in the SEC, because it was controversial. It was a tough decision. You lose a lot of rivalries, but looking at it now, it was great. And so I think, Arkansas fans hate the SEC in a lot of regards, maybe because of the officiating, which, it's kind of how it goes. Arkansas always feels like they get screwed when it comes to scheduling, which is how it goes. But by and large, there's a reason why the SEC has been the most successful place and conference and league for decades, and why it will continue to be, because they are really good at decision-making. I think they're very forward-thinking. And I think, I don't want to speak for Texas and Oklahoma, but them jumping on board, I think, shows, hey, these are two programs, especially Texas, that could probably be independent and do their own thing if they wanted. But they see the amount of money, they see the structure, and they see the revenue stream and everything, and they wanted to be a part of it. So I think as long as, the SEC stands firm and continues to do the things that they've been doing and be smart and be forward-thinking, I don't see any reason why this doesn't just continue to grow and grow. And my hope is one day, not only getting rid of the entire NCAA as a whole, but being able to have it to where, whether it's just the two major conferences, or maybe even forming just one big thing where you have a commissioner, you have a czar, or whatever you want to call it, but you have it to where you're not constantly pulling things in different directions. You're all uniform in everything that you do. And I think that, as crazy as it was when Arkansas left and joined the SEC, as crazy as it was when A&M Missouri even joined, the start of all of this came when Texas and Oklahoma jumped, because A&M and Missouri, you could kind of tell, it's like, well, yeah, because A&M's tired of being in the shadow of Texas and Missouri's just Missouri. So yeah, of course they wanted to get into the SEC. But when Texas and Oklahoma, two massive brands, are the ones picking up the phone and calling the SEC, it kind of shows exactly what's going on here and the future of where it's going to go. So I think eventually it'll get to where all these conferences kind of start meshing together. I think you've seen it kind of with the demise of the Pac-12. And who knows? But I'm just glad that Arkansas is in the SEC and they don't have to worry about it, because, man, that'd be a tough look and a tough thing for like these other teams that are looking for homes. Teams like the Washington States of the world and something like that. Like that would be a tough look and a tough thing to do.
LSU, in terms of, let me hit you with this first and foremost, because we had this discussion on our USC show the other day. I have my thoughts about why Vegas is looking at it this way, but why is LSU a full touchdown favorite in this game?
Yeah, it's a little shocking, that numbers crept up. I think it was floating around like 5.5, 6, and now it's, up to 7. It's pretty remarkable considering, LSU defensively still has a lot of questions. But Mark, when you look at a lot of like returning production statistics, it is crazy to think that LSU returns a lot of their snaps from last year when they lose Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors, and Jaden Daniels are 3 best players on the team last year. But they return their entire offensive line outside of center, and Kyron Lacey is still a pretty good number one option and probably a top 10 NFL draft prospect at wide receiver next year. So LSU offensively still should be pretty good. You know, the big question obviously is defensively, going up against Miller Moss, who looked really good in his only start last year versus Louisville.
So let's stay with the offense, because I'm going to make a similar comment about a unit defensively. I would have been hard-pressed anytime ever since Nick Saban took over, and LSU has just been flooded with keeping local talent and been fine from a talent perspective for the last 20-plus years, to really look at the running back room and say, it's lacking. Is Caleb Jackson possibly a guy that will be in the Jeremy Hill, Leonard Fournette, Clyde Edwards-Helaire line of, okay, that's a go-to guy, that's a premier back?
Yeah, so most of LSU's running back success have come from tanks, guys that are, you know, in that 215 range and up, and Caleb Jackson fits that mold. I mean, he is an absolute unit. Obviously, they are hoping he takes that next step, and look, if he becomes a more complete back, that you can trust him in pass protection, you could trust him catching the football out of the backfield, you can trust him to hit the hole that you want him to, then yeah, he will probably be the best running back on this team, and maybe the best running back since Clyde Edwards-Helaire, one of the names that you just mentioned. And then, of course, you have Josh Williams, who's been reliable. You got the news that John Emery makes the return back to LSU. Mark, these are two guys that were on the 2019 LSU national championship team, and they're coming back for year sixes. And then you have Caden Durham, who I think has a little bit better shot to be one of the best offensive players on this team. There are a few true freshman offensive players, Mark, that I've ever been higher on than Caden Durham, the top 100 running back coming in from Duncanville. So the running back room, it should be fine. It's not the most loaded room. Going into last year, Mark, they had 8 scholarship running backs, which is an obscene amount, and now they have 4, which is on the lower end. So we'll see what happens with this room next year.
Carter's here, folks. Power Hour LSU, Power Hour SEC, Power Hour NFL. You got them all right here on YouTube, and it's great stuff. Another conflicting topic out there in regards to talent evaluation and personnel evaluation would be my thought process coming into the offseason. The offensive line that we saw line up that first game against Florida State 2 times ago has matured into one of the best units in the country. Then I've heard a few other people say, whoa, there's been some transition. And of course, because of the future first round pick, that his weight in that evaluation is overplayed, and maybe the offensive line isn't quite as good as many people think.
No, Mark, this is the best offensive line I've ever seen at LSU. I mean, this is a very, very, very good group. And obviously, you know, we'll see what DJ Chester does next year at center. That's the big, question mark. But this group is very good. Now, I will also tell you, there is going to be a massive transition going from protecting Jaden Daniels, one of the most explosive offensive weapons we've ever seen at the quarterback position, to now protecting pretty much a pure pocket passer and Garrett Nussmeier, who has limited mobility as a runner. So, one thing along with the running backs is the running game actually handing the football off to the running back, because Jaden Daniels, especially towards the end of the year, was the running game. And their most consistent running back, Logan Diggs, transfers to Ole Miss. So that's going to be very fascinating with a new offensive coordinator, Joe Sloan, who, of course, was the quarterback coach for the Mike Denbrock offense last year. So they're hoping that continuity helps out, and we'll see if LSU can still be a very good offense next year.
This Vegas matchup's fascinating for so many reasons, but the quarterback situation and the transition that they're both undertaking seem to mirror each other. They're going from Superman to a guy that they can probably get a better handle on. Okay, ball arrives from the snap, he's going to make his reads, he's going to deliver the ball on time, and that's the plan.
Yeah. And look, they definitely need some other receivers to step up outside of Kyron Lacey, and that'll probably happen from the Liberty transfer, CJ Daniels. They also have a transfer from Mississippi State, Xavier Thomas, and LSU is really high on Chris Hilton, who was a higher rated wide receiver coming into LSU than Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors, and he has some superior speed. So if he could be the vertical threat, this offense can be pretty good.
So take what I said about running backs and that room not being quite the standard and multiply it about 10 or 50 times to the secondary. But they've got experience there. But is it just going to be a bad secondary with experience, or are these guys developing and some of those incoming transfers that they've tried to bring in going to complement the other guys and make it more of an LSU secondary?
Yeah, Mark, the defense has so many holes, and it really starts up front. And the thing that concerns me, Mark, is the LSU secondary has a lot of returning production from last year. And, we talked about that with the offensive line. Well, the difference is the offensive line for LSU was really good, and a lot of the returning secondary wasn't really that good. So obviously with some new coaches, they hope to extract more out of this group that was mostly 4- and 5-star recruits. Sage Ryan is back. He was very up and down last year. Major Burns was back. He was very up and down last year. And, you're going to be going up against Zachariah Branch. You're going to be going up against Deuce Robinson. You're going to be going up against a really explosive USC offense. So we'll see if they can stop the explosive plays.
Are they going to let Harold Perkins play? They're going to cut him loose, just let him run after the football?
Yeah, so he will be playing a traditional off-ball linebacker, and they'll try and turn him into the next Patrick Queen as a weak side backer. So it's going to be a transition. But one thing we've seen Blake Baker do is get the absolute best out of the players he's coached at the last couple of stops. He's really matured into being one of the best individual personal developers of talent on top of his scheme. So LSU is really crossing their fingers. Some people view Harold Perkins as a pure edge pass rusher player. Some people think this off-ball linebacker transition needs to be smooth. They tried it last year, Mark, and they quit it after the first game versus Florida State. So we'll see what they could do with Perk next year.
2025, of course, is on everyone's mind in regards to the recruiting game. June's a huge month, official visits, camps, and everything else. And even beyond that with 2026, how is the LSU recruiting game at this point?
Yeah, Mark, it's been pretty good. Obviously, the big story over the past couple of months has been LSU losing Decorian Moore. And obviously he's, the most high profile wide receiver in this crop. But the trenches are being recruited really well. LSU feels pretty good about getting an offensive lineman out of Arkansas named Carius Kern this week. And that's where things have really turned for LSU in recruiting, is the offensive line with, someone mentioned Bo Davis. That's the defensive line coach, and he's really good. And then you also have Brad Davis, the LSU offensive line coach, who has really flourished under Brian Kelly. And what makes that recruitment very interesting, and on the SEC channel, I do cover a lot of Arkansas Razorback stuff, is Brad Davis is from Baton Rouge, but his mentor is Sam Pittman, who's from Arkansas. And Arkansas rarely has recruits like Carius Kern. They have maybe 3 or 4 stars every year in the state of Arkansas. So it's going to sting even harder for Arkansas if LSU is able to flip Carius Kern, who was an Arkansas commit, to LSU. And it's going to sting even more for Sam Pittman, knowing that his protege actually was the one that took him. So a very interesting recruiting battle there.
Checking in on Mike Elko and Texas A&M here as we are just about 5 or 6 weeks away from August camp. Talking Texas A&M right here at the Voice of College Football. We've got Graham Harmon on the line from Gig'em Gazette. Graham, what's going on today?
Not much. How about you?
I'm doing just fine. Appreciate you stopping by to break down the Aggies. Let's start with recruiting. Of course, anytime somebody outside the Texas A&M fan base hears the term recruiting in Texas A&M, they're forever going to attach it, or at least in the time being, to 2022. They're going to attach it to previous successes in the recruiting rankings, but also defections. But hey, everybody's got them. So spinning forward to 2025, how is Mike Elko and his coaching staff hitting the recruiting trail?
Well, I've been really impressed so far. So it's funny you mentioned 2022. One of the big reasons that class was so big was the level of talent in the state of Texas that year, especially in the city of Houston. But 2025 honestly might match it, just with the amount of high-level prospects across the whole state. I think it's, if you go by the composite, 24/7 Sports composite, last time I checked, 18 players in the top 100 overall from the state of Texas. So there's plenty to be had. Especially there's, I think, two of them are 5 stars. One of them is a borderline 5-star tackles, all just in the DFW area. And they're all offensive tackles. So a lot of talent in the state. And I think Elko and his staff are leveraging that really well so far. Our highest commit right now is actually from out of state, Corona, California, Husan Longstreet, quarterback who just got done at the Elite 11. Really impressed there. Another California commit, actually, Adonis Curry, more recent. He's a cornerback. I think we have either a 4 or 5-man class of corner right now. I think it may be 4. But we're looking to maybe add one more depending on if someone wants in who's a high up name on the board. But we just hosted a couple big recruiting weekends back to back. June 7th was the biggest one. Had all 3 of those tackles that I mentioned come in. That's Michael Fasusi from Louisville, Ty Haywood from Denton, and Lamont Rogers from Mesquite. All 3 really highly regarded. And, it would be tough just because of the nature of things. It would be tough to get more than one. But I feel great about the Aggies' chances of getting at least one of those 3. And that would be big news for Elko if he could do that. We already have either 4 or 5 offensive linemen committed, some that they feel are going to be risers in the rankings, but any one of those 3 guys would be a linchpin for the offensive line class. A decision we're watching closely coming up on June 30th. Noah Mikhail from also from out west. I forget if he's Arizona or California, but he's a linebacker coming down to A&M in Oregon. And that'll be on June 30th. Would love to see the Aggies land him. We already have one linebacker committed in Kelvion Riggins out of Forney, which is also in the DFW area. But if we got Mikhail to go along with him, that would be a great 2-man class. So other targets, we got Khalid Lockett, wide receiver. We got Jonah Williams. He I guess he's listed at safety, but he could play safety or linebacker. He's like 6'3", 210, and can add to his frame. All being big names. These are all going to go down to signing day pretty much. And with the way the portal is now, I guess even further. But Lincoln Cure, tight end from Kansas. Jonah Williams, safety linebacker from Galveston. All names that A&M is watching closely.
Are there any particular position groups that are more vital to filling out this roster going forward than others?
Well, I mean, corner and offensive line has been the thing for a while, and we already have a lot of bodies committed at those 2 positions, so I feel good about that. Both could use like a linchpin recruit. I think you may have that in Adonis Curry at corner, but one of those big offensive linemen that I've been mentioning would be a huge boost as well.
Has anything been stated in the last couple of weeks during these official visits or otherwise that would cause you to be more confident or less confident about the lean of these particular targets? Any of them that seem to favor Texas A&M or seem to be drifting somewhere else?
Well, there's some that are tough to get a read on from everything I've surmised about Ty Haywood, one of those 5-star offensive tackles. he's just a little tough to read. Some people say Oklahoma. Some people have been saying Alabama. Some of the A&M insiders have been saying, hey, A&M's got much more of a shot here than other people think. But Lamont Rogers, another one of those tackles, is a guy that a lot of the insiders have expressed confidence in. Khalid Lockett, the wide receiver out of Saxe, he's another guy that I think he received some predictions to Texas not long ago, but some of the A&M insiders have been saying I think A&M has more of a shot than some of these other people are giving them in this recruitment. So those are a couple that I would watch. And Jonah Williams, like I said, he is apparently an Aggie lean and received a lot of predictions to A&M, but he doesn't have a specific date set or anything.
Graham Harmon stopping by to break down Texas A&M for us, the Aggies and everyone else in the SEC, of course, about a month away from SEC Media Days and then right into August camp. You can catch Graham's work at Gig'em Gazette. Please give us a like here at the Voice of College Football and subscribe as well. So peeling back from 2025 to 2024, and with Notre Dame being a week one challenge right out of the gate, what are the position battles that need some work, some attention, and some decision-making in August?
Well, the whole defensive backfield really got shuffled around. A lot of attrition through the portal and a couple from graduation and that sort of thing. Damani Richardson was a 4-year starter at safety, and he's on to the NFL now. So Bryce Anderson has one of those safety spots locked down, and it's going to come down to likely a transfer portal player, I would think, for the other spot. Maybe Trey Jones from Central Michigan, a 5th-year guy. Heard a lot of good things about him. He didn't play in the spring game due to injury. Dalton Brooks, he'll be either a redshirt freshman or a true sophomore. Don't recall how many games he played in last year, but heavy hitter from small town Shiner, Texas. He has a bright future. But I would say one of those two will lock down the safety spot opposite Bryce. And then at corner, you have Tyreek Chappelle has come back, but Elko has made comments about putting him at nickel, which would be interesting. One guy I'm really high on is the UAB transfer, BJ Mays. He was far and away the best player for their defense, in my opinion, last year. If you look at the film when the Blazers played Georgia, Mays looked like he was the only guy who belonged on the field with the Bulldogs in that game. So I think he has a great chance to start. The other spot could be Des Ricks, the really highly rated guy who he went to Alabama. I think he was originally like the number 2 or number 3 rated recruit in 2024, reclassified up, spent a year at Bama, and is now at A&M after Saban left. He could do that. He didn't play in the spring game either due to injury. Will Lee, a Kansas State transfer, great cover skills. I think maybe some worries about physicality there would be the only thing, but a great coverage corner. You have a lot of options. Elko really filled out the roster with corners through the portal. So there's a lot to choose from.
Graham, if there was going to be a true freshman that was going to star on this team or a handful of guys to be impact players, who would be the most likely candidates?
I'd be hard-pressed not to say Terry Bussey. He was our highest-rated recruit, 5-star, do-it-all guy. I mean, he is electric any way you can get the ball in his hands. I mean, a lot of people really want to put him at wide receiver, but that's a tough position to contribute at as a true freshman, especially that he's coming in the summer. Honestly, I mean, he could return punts even. He's just so electric when he gets the ball, but I think they're bringing him in just as corner right now. So he's another one that I could see breaking into that corner rotation. I mean, just elite athleticism at that position. And so he could contribute. Another one, Dalen Evans, a defensive lineman from Longview, Texas. And the interior of the Aggie defensive line it's a little murky who's going to be playing. David Hicks, everyone knows, the true sophomore. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, but then do you go with the seniority in Albert Regis? Do you go with the potential and former 5-star Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy. You have a transfer from Wisconsin, Rodis Johnson, who showed some stuff in the spring game. There's a lot of options there, but Dalen Evans is going to come in, and he has the physical profile right now where I think he could hold up well if he acquits himself well in fall camp. So those are two names that I would look out for.
And of course, everyone wants to hear about quarterback, even though Connor Wegman, I got to say, after the regular season, seemed to be the presumed starter for 2024. And then with the bowl game and Marcel Reed performing well, and the way it shook out during the bowl game in particular, there seemed to be a number of candidates that are dark horses that could vie for the position, possibly.
Well, I don't know if anyone's going to unseat Wegman. I'm really partial to him. I really think, I don't know if you've seen, like, Pro Football Focus have been tweeting out, oh, this guy's a dark horse to be the number one quarterback taken off the board in 2025. Wegman is that good. Like, the stuff he showed against Miami specifically, even against lower competition in New Mexico and ULM. I mean, you got to do some projection there because it's not like you're playing against elite corners or anything. But against some of those great Miami defensive backs and a defensive coordinator in Lance Guidry, who I think is really good, Wegman was, some of the throws he was making off platform, the quick decisions he was having to make because our offensive line was terrible. Projecting him into hopefully what's going to be a better offensive line and a much better offensive system, I think Wegman's going to be really good. So I have a hard time seeing Marcel Reed or Jalen Henderson being able to unseat him. Although there are some people who have said, not people connected to the program, just people who have been, I guess, high on what they've seen out of Reed, who've said, well, this guy maybe could challenge. And I mean, I don't know. I just don't see it happening with if Wegman stays healthy.
And Graham, speaking to the offensive line, in reading a number of the preseason publications, some of them say there's really only one guy, and I'm not coming up with the name right now, but one starter coming back from last year who was a proven guy who played well. So a lot of uncertainty along the offensive line, and not necessarily was it addressed in the offseason with proven players.
Well, so Trey Zune, who I imagine they're talking about at left tackle, he did have a good year. He started his redshirt freshman year in 2022, and he played through. I don't recall exactly what the injury was, but it was something pretty serious, and he played through it, and so didn't look great his true freshman year, but really, I think probably the best offensive lineman, most consistent at least, this last season. And then Bryce Foster headed out via the transfer portal. That's a whole situation, wants to throw, shot put, and track and all this sort of thing. He kept missing spring practice. Very talented, but just a lot of sort of non-football things, I think. But he's headed to Kansas. So they're bringing in a transfer from Utah at center, Koli Fayu. You got Mark Naboo. You got Cam Dewberry. Chase Basantis, who played tackle all 12 games last year, is probably going to slide inside to guard, which is where he projected more, but it was just because of a dearth of options at tackle that he played there last year. And you get your best right tackle option back, in my opinion, in Ruben Fothery, who missed all of last year with injury. After having a pretty good, really great, actually, freshman season, and then kind of regressing once Steve Adazio was brought in 2022 and then missing all of last year. I think Fothery, physically superimposing 6'8", 6'9", can really move. So I feel bullish on the offensive line, but there is a lot of upheaval, I guess. But I guess I'm also thinking moving from Steve Adazio to Adam Cushing, or really to any most other coaches would feel like a good upgrade.
Gig'em Gazette is a good place for Texas A&M football coverage. Graham Harmon's here, as he is often, to break down Texas A&M football for us. So we always appreciate Graham stopping by, delivering. Our guy Matthew was asking, what record saves Sam Pittman's job?
Oh, that's the $1 million question, because I don't know. I don't know that 6-6, just getting bowl eligible. I guess the question is, should that be what saves his job? When you consider, I mean, we thought, Mark, I think a lot of Hog fans thought he was fired before the end of the season last year. No one was really sure that he would survive the season. I mean, I know someone's going to come along. Captain Hindsight's going to come along. Oh, I knew all along. And I knew they were going to get Bobby Petrino. But I don't think anybody had any clue what was going to happen at the end of last season, especially after that Mississippi State game. So I don't know that. So that's got to put some pressure on him this year. And again, if you start off rough, you lose on the road to Oklahoma State. Let's say you're going into Auburn 2-1. Maybe you struggled against UAPB and UAB, University of Alabama, Birmingham. You go down to Auburn and you just get slaughtered. You go to College Station and you lose to Elko year one at A&M. You come home. I mean, this is a realistic scenario. Okay, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we saw a little bit of this last year, despite some early season success. Well, I shouldn't say success. Early season close losses, but we also saw them completely fall apart last year as well. So imagine coming home and you got Tennessee at home in Fayetteville, which is either going to be a 2:30 or 7 p.m. kickoff, and you get just destroyed. And then the same thing happens again against LSU, or even maybe it's a close game and you still lose it. I don't know how you survive when you go over these outcomes of all these possibilities that could happen. I don't know how you survive the season if you start off that way and you lose to LSU, and then you lose to maybe you find a way to beat Mississippi State. Maybe that could help him out. And then you've got Ole Miss coming to town, who might realistically be a top 2 team in this conference, which is crazy to say out loud, but it's absolutely probably the case. And you've got them coming to town for an early kickoff on November 2nd. I don't know, man. It is a daunting task. I don't know the number. I would guess 7 regular season wins, because I don't know how 6, just getting bowl eligibility shouldn't be the standard here. Although, you look at the last decade or more, 12 years, getting bowl eligibility is now celebrated. That's a win now for people. Going 500, Mark. And we wonder why Arkansas is in the state that it's in. It might have something to do with settling. I don't know.
Ty, I will answer the question like this.
Okay.
If this administration or any administration sets a number for any coach to say, if they hit this number, they have saved their job. If they didn't, they don't save their job, then they should not be administrators. They should not be hiring and firing people. If that's all that they can gauge, if that is the limitation of their assessment of a situation, then they don't deserve that job. They don't know what they're doing, because there are injuries to consider. There is what you just laid out, the competitive nature of the team. You could look at most teams in the country and say they're more talented than them. They are less talented than them, meaning they should win these games, they should lose those games, and then 3 games are toss-ups. They're 50-50 kind of games. If they are going out there and they are playing the Texases and Ole Misses of the world, and they are spilling their guts on the field and losing 1-score games, and they are fighting to the end against 2 or 3 of the best 4 teams in the country, that's different than 48-10 every week. That has to be addressed. That has to be assessed. How's recruiting going? How is our transfer portal additions going? Did we make good evaluations in the transfer portal? Did those guys contribute? So if any administrators out there, not just in this Arkansas situation, stick to a number, they don't know what they're doing. That's my answer. That's fair.
Yeah, I agree. Hunter Yurchek did go on during all that Musselman drama, and he went on a random podcast based out of California. And he was asked about I think the line of questioning was something like that. And he said that we need to be back to the 8 wins. It's where I'd like to see us. I think he said it's 8 or more wins or something. And Arkansas hasn't been that in a minute, at least since they fired Petrino back in the spring of 2012. And that's fair, because they did lose some really close games. My gosh, they went on the road to number 12 LSU and lost by field goal. lost 34-31. They did lose to A&M 34-22, but then they go on the road and lose to Ole Miss, top 20 Ole Miss at the time, 27-20. They lost to Alabama 24-21. That is pretty impressive. And then the Mississippi State game, I think, is what really just drove Arkansas fans over the edge, losing 7-3. I mean, Mississippi State was also struggling, and losing that game, he just had no business losing. And then we see what Arkansas is capable of, even though they have a new offensive coordinator at this point. They had a interim offensive coordinator, 39-36 on the road, even though Florida's bad. Arkansas's never won down in Gainesville. And they won that game 39-36 in overtime. But then the turnaround, like you mentioned, and get slaughtered doing Auburn. Later on in the year, you get slaughtered at home against Missouri 48-14. Again, to be fair, Missouri was really good last year, and I think they're going to be really good this year. Eventually, I know the pressure, it's going to be on, and maybe Hunter, I don't know if I doubt Hunter has, he's circled a number. I doubt that's going to be the case. Like you said, it's kind of all of the above. It's everything. What is the overall health of the football program? And to be real with you, it's not great. It's not great anywhere. And I think that's really what matters when you put it all together. They didn't exactly crush it in the transfer portal. High school recruiting is he could have back-to-back. He's going to finish bottom 3 again in the SEC more than likely, unless they, again, change the narrative on the field in 2024. But the whole package right now it's not a good product. The football program, Mark, I can tell you right now, when baseball season ended, which it did prematurely in the regionals and in the Fayetteville regionals, Arkansas gets knocked out. Fans are livid. And I can tell you that what we were talking about, people are more excited for EA's college football 2-5 to drop in July than they are the actual regular season. There's just not anything in Fayetteville or in Arkansas where you feel like any kind of excitement for football, other than the fact that football's back, right? Which we all have. Just that, we love the game so much, even when Arkansas or whoever you root for is down, especially down here in the South, it's a big deal. Football's back. But there's just not, we're more excited about Cal. And to be fair, that's understandable. Cal's a Hall of Fame coach. What the basketball program is doing is incredible. But, and that sucks for Sam, because again, he's now going to be he's already kind of written off by the fans, I think, for the most part. So he has to change the narrative. At the end of the day, we can, and that is the $1 million question. What is the win total? But I think you hit the nail on the head. It's everything. Can we change what happens the rest of this month? It started in May, when you were bringing on official visits, right? And now it's carried into June. And what kind of commits are you getting? How are you doing in recruiting? How does the rest of June and into July go as far as closing out recruiting? Because that's typically kind of how it goes now. You're kind of done, for the most part, done with high school recruiting before the season ever starts, which didn't used to be the norm. I know you know that. You still had a chunk of scholarships left. That's not the case. Now you got to reserve some spots for the transfer portal. But yeah, a lot of questions, a lot of if, ands, or buts. Got a long ways to go. We'll see what they can do. And again, they got to finish out recruiting strong for their high school side of things. And then we'll see what happens this fall. But they've got a lot of, again, more questions than answers right now for Arkansas football going into 2024.
So, Ty, you mentioned the recruiting. Would like to get an update there on the recruiting front.
Well, again, Power Hour talked a little bit about Kern. By the way, I don't feel good about him. My Patreon supporters already know this. I don't feel very good about him recommitting to Arkansas. I think he went on his LSU official visit, which was so strange because I thought I'd heard that he had declined or decided not to go, and I guess he did go, and now he's filming a video that's going to release on Thursday. It's never good when they're talking about a video after their most recent visit. I would say he probably ends up at LSU. I think Mizzou's in the mix, and Arkansas, of course. I don't feel good about him committing to Arkansas. Who knows? We'll see. His recruitment's been kind of up and down. They have done really well. I say really well. I think they've grabbed some guys that are positions of questions, right? Like offensive tackle, they got Blake Cherry to commit out of Owasso, Oklahoma. He committed on June 1st. Connor Howes is actually a pretty interesting prospect. He's a 247 composite 4-star. Had something like 12 or 13 offers. He just recently committed. They're doing well, I would say, along the offensive line, as well as they could be. Again, considering everything that's going on. Cash Courtney was another offensive tackle who committed, and I believe they want to move him to the interior. So he's going to end up playing on the inside, even though he's listed as a tackle. Yeah, overall, it's not a great class. I mean, let's be real. I don't think they have a single all consensus 4-star committed yet, but they've only got 12 commits. They're ranked right around the top 40, somewhere about 35, 35th or so in the country. They got Grayson Wilson to commit, kid out of he's at Conway, 6'3", 205 quarterback, who's actually, I've talked to some folks who've seen him play, and I think he's the real deal. He's really confident quarterback and a guy that can kind of sling it all over the field and do what you want out of him. He's a pretty cerebral quarterback. I've heard some really good things out of Grayson, or out of Conway on Grayson. But so far, I think they probably end up, the magic number might be similar to what they did last year, which is about 19 commits. It's hard to look at rank anymore and take it seriously because not everyone approaches high school recruiting the same anymore because of the portal. But I doubt this ends up being a top 20 class, but we'll see what happens. I think they're going to expect a lot of guys, like everyone does now, to sign in December and hopefully be here for the spring, no matter what happens, right? No matter if Pittman's still here or not. But there's some pretty good pieces here. We're waiting on, there's some more commits coming. Again, June, I was told, would be a heavy month, and it's already been a heavy month, and it's not over.
Tusk Talk with Ty, everyone. Get on over there. It's right here on YouTube. Tusk Talk with Ty. You got the Discord. You got everything else involving Arkansas, not just football, but brighter horizons with baseball and basketball. And, of course, Coach Cal coming in, and the hysteria there, I'm sure, carries on.
Let me close out by saying this, because people are just not excited about me being honest. They're just not. They want me to really be, I don't want to say sunshine pumping, but they want to hear the more optimistic side of things. Let me say this. I think the football situation, if the way I kind of look at it, there's two things that could happen. Pittman is either he just doesn't survive the season, right? Or whatever, or he does survive the season, but he's fired at the end. Or the Petrino hire ends up being a great hire, and you're getting 12, 13 more points per game, and your defense has come around, and maybe I was wrong about the depth at the defensive line. You're getting wins. The other side is you might be without Sam Pittman going into 2025, and if that happens, we saw what Arkansas money, when they want to win and they get behind a guy they believe in, what they're capable of. They brought a Hall of Fame basketball coach to come coach at Arkansas. I realize the last few years have not been kind to Cal at Kentucky. I get that. But the thought that, of course, his friendship with John Tyson, but there's more than just the Tysons down here. There's big money in Northwest Arkansas. Believe it or not, it's not all just dirt roads and in dry counties down here. It's you got quite a bit of money in Northwest Arkansas. And I think I talked about that last time I was here. Maybe the same thing can happen for football, assuming, again, if Pittman doesn't work out. And again, the other side is maybe it does work out and all this other stuff happens and it's great and we have a better season than I think. And I do think down the road, maybe they can, because I do like Taylon Green's athleticism. I love that running back out of Utah. That kid is fun to watch. He can run the ball. They got Braylon Russell, 4-star out of Central Arkansas running back. I mean, they've got some pieces that are exciting. It's just a matter of it all coming together, all the change you see up front of the offensive line. Like, I got to see it to believe it. There is some potential here. There is. However, I still have a hard time seeing them getting again, I keep saying hard time. It's not a hard time seeing bowl eligibility. I just think it's going to be a little bit more of an upwards. It's going to be as challenging as last year. It's a very difficult schedule. Anytime you're in this league, that's going to always be the case in the SEC.
Ty Hudson, Tusk Talk with Ty, right here on YouTube, everyone. Ty, appreciate you stopping by, man.
Thanks for having me on, Mark.
It doesn't look good on paper.
You mean from like a scheduling standpoint or just overall?
Team. I'm not. Maybe all of it, but
All
I
of
haven't
it.
even looked at the schedule. I'm sure I have at some point, but I'm just talking about the team, like looking at certain teams, just about any team in the country, and saying, okay, well, here are the pluses, here are the minuses. Looking for the pluses on this team.
Well, have you heard that Bobby Petrino's back in town? I guess
He
that's
can scheme. Gonna scheme it up.
So we did I did a collaboration with another podcast by the name of Don't Read the Comments podcast. Shout out to Tim Neal and my boy Travis Ford. And we did a schedule breakdown, right? Not a deep dive. Well, Tim and I were both, I think Tim ended up at either 4-8 or 5-7. I ended up at 5-7. I said all off season I wasn't going to do one. I wasn't going to do a prediction until maybe after fall camp. And then I got to thinking about it. Well, you know what? It's talking season. I'm the only person who's held out, on doing this, as far as I know. And I kind of just jotted down like the pros, the pluses and minuses. And there's that is ultimately how you come to the 5-7 conclusion, or at least for me anyways. There's I guess it's more, and you and I have discussed this. I feel like every year I've been coming on the show now for a minute, and it seems like every year I say kind of the same thing. I go based on how many questions versus how many answers do we have going into a given season, and there are just so many questions with this team. The offensive line is basically, it's all new for the most part. It's all new. I mean, you've got a lot of transfers, and yeah, Carmona. They got to San Jose State. His PFF numbers are off the chart. I know his recruiting was big. I know that there were a lot of teams that wanted him, a lot of other P4 schools or whatever. I only consider the SEC and the ACC really power conferences anymore. But sorry to the ACC folks and to the Big 12 people. But he had a lot of offers, and they picked up Nichols from Tennessee, who's going to play center more than likely. There's so many questions there. Their PFF numbers are not off the charts. When you do a deep dive on some of their numbers, the sacks given up, the hurries given up. Oh my gosh, like there's just question marks there. And then you talk about, again, Petrino. While I respect what he did at A&M, he actually improved them by something like 11 points per game a year ago, which put them in the category of one of the most improved offenses, just from a points per game standpoint. I think A&M's offense ended up third most improved from the year before. And now you got Taylon Green out of Boise State. When you do a deep dive on his analytics and his numbers and where he's completing his throws and his completion percentage versus a clean pocket and scrambling outside the pocket, they're not good. Doesn't mean he won't excel in Petrino's offense, but so many questions. The depth at defensive line, the depth at linebacker, what's going on really at the nickel spot and safety. It's just, there's so many questions, and it's really hard for me to see this team going bowling. I should say it's hard, because 5 wins is close, but it's the more you just kind of read page by page what everyone else is saying, what you see at spring camp, and just what we know based off of what they have coming in, it's just a bit of a challenge to get them to bowl eligibility. Doesn't mean it's impossible though.
And Ty, that's what was going through my mind when you told me 5-7. I thought I can envision, Ty, I might be wrong, but I was envisioning you immediately as soon as you said 5-7, when you were going through that exercise, trying to stretch and find the 6th win, try to get them to bowl eligibility. Could they get that extra win?
They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to get an upset somewhere. I mean, you kind of look at what's happening at A&M. They've got a new guy, new coach, new system. Maybe you can sneak a win in Arlington, but we've not had a whole lot of success down in Arlington unless Petrino was the head coach. You get some games in Fayetteville. I mean, I couldn't see. Here's the thing: how many times out of 10 games do you see Arkansas beating Auburn on the road? I would give them maybe 3 times out of 10, maybe a 30% chance. Same thing could probably be said of Tennessee and Fayetteville. I know it could be. Tennessee's going to, I think, be really good. LSU's in Fayetteville. Maybe you could sneak out one of these in Fayetteville, but then you've got Ole Miss, Texas are both going to be in Fayetteville. You're on the road in Columbia. We know how poorly Arkansas's played against Missouri, period. Even in years where you felt like Arkansas was the better team, they still can't beat Mizzou. Mizzou takes this game to a whole different level that compared to the Arkansas side of things. And I think that's what's always kind of given them the extra leg up in those matchups. Last year, they were just purely that good of a football team. They dominated Arkansas. I don't know. I can't find it unless maybe again you could sneak up on A&M down in Arlington. Maybe you can get Mississippi State. There's some change happening there, but there's just, there are question mark matchups, right? Like, I don't know whether to buy into the Auburn hype or not, with Hugh Freeze. I know a lot of people are pretty big on them. Maybe, I don't know. Elko at A&M, anytime you got a one or first year guy, we'll see. I don't know. It's just it's a challenge. Again, not impossible. And I did catch some hate in my own Discord of all places. In my own Tuss Talk Discord, I caught a little bit of hatred from some folks to like me that Arkansas I should put them in at least bowl eligibility. And I don't know, maybe I'll get there, but it's going to take me seeing the product on the field before I can make that prediction.
Ty, I appreciate you being here. Let me hit you with this. This is coming from Athlon via an SEC assistant coach, anonymous opposing coach from the SEC. So here's this particular coach's take. This is the hot seat job for the SEC heading into the season. Sam Pittman is such a well-respected guy across the industry. You really feel for him having a guy like new offensive coordinator Bobby Petrino, who the fans and boosters probably think should be the head coach, coming in underneath him. That's the SEC right there. If Petrino can get quarterback Taylor Green ready, they might have a shot at 500 this year, but they have a shaky situation with their offensive line. Losses in the spring. Is 500 enough to keep Sam? The defensive line is their best unit probably, but they just don't have the overall defensive talent right now to compete in this league.
I don't see any. I think all that's pretty accurate. I mean, especially the part about Petrino. I can tell you right now, if you asked the average Arkansas fan who they would rather as a head coach right now, Bobby Petrino or Sam Pittman, I know where the answer would go. I know because I read my comments and I read Twitter and I'm on Facebook and I talk to people. I'm in, I don't know how many group chats and people in my DMs. Like, I'll tell you right now, at least to me, and it certainly seems like Petrino's the guy that they want to be the guy. And that's got to be rough for Sam. It has to be. I know in the back of his mind somewhere he knows this. However, he could change the narrative by, I don't know, going on the road and maybe getting an upset at Oklahoma State down in Stillwater. 11 a.m. kickoff. I mean, I think Oklahoma State's going to be – I love what they've got going on. That running back of theirs might be one of the best in the country, if not the best. And I know they got some parts moving around too as well. A lot of, just some change throughout the offseason. But Gundy's got those guys rolling. But maybe you change the narrative by starting the year off 3-0, going down to Auburn, and playing a really tough game against Auburn. Then you go down to Arlington and you get a win. All of a sudden, the narrative changes. Nope, we're actually happy with Sam being the guy and Bobby calling the offense and Travis Williams on defense. And I'm telling you, Mark, I love this defensive staff. I really do. I think they have out-recruited some of their areas, considering the circumstances, right? I mean, no, they're not putting together an all SEC roster on the defensive side of the ball, but the NIL just apparently isn't there, I guess. I don't really know what's going on, but it's difficult to recruit to any down program. But what's his name said, your first interview there, it's difficult when your own backyard doesn't produce enough talent, and Arkansas is certainly in that category. And you could say the same thing for offense as well. But I think that part, I read that. I read that, or actually, no, someone, I think they read it over the air on the radio maybe, but I heard it somewhere and I remember just shaking my head like, yeah, I don't know where the lie is. I can't detect the fiction there.
aspect of this that is very interesting to see as we lead off the conversation is that Miller Moss is replacing a legend. Guy won a Heisman Trophy. Oh, Garrett Nussmeier's in that same situation, replacing Jaden Daniels at LSU. So basically, the burden or the opportunity, however you want to phrase it, with Garrett Nussmeier trying to replace Superman, and how you think he's taking that on right now.
Yeah, the parallels between these two teams are pretty incredible. Replacing Heisman Trophy winners, new defensive coordinators. I mean, it really is pretty remarkable how similar that this fell with the two teams opening up. Garrett Nussmeier is kind of an oddity in college football today, because guys that are that highly touted don't sit and wait until their fourth year to play. And it's interesting because you have Carson Beck at Georgia who waited, and you have Garrett Nussmeier at LSU who waited his turn. The bugaboo with Garrett throughout the young part of his career was the arm talent's there. He's the son of a coach. He's got all the intangibles, great team guy, everything. He was just careless with the football. If anyone has the time or the tolerance, you can go back and watch an LSU game against Southern a couple of years ago in Tiger Stadium where Garrett got in late and he threw one of the most heinous pick sixes you'll ever see in your life. So the real interesting thing was going to be if Garrett can kind of grow out of that and protect the football. And I understand spring is spring and it's a small sample size. And then he did start the bowl game. And again, small sample size. But I think you really saw the growth and progression. If Garrett can protect the football and get his playmakers involved, this offense, it's not going to be what it was a year ago. I mean, guys, they led the country in scoring and total offense. Again, they would literally have to be the best offense in college football. So I don't think they're going to be that, but they're going to be plenty good enough to win any game they play if Garrett protects the football.
And I didn't make that parallel to the extent that I could have because, we got two of these quarterbacks and I outlined those similarities. But yes, they both had outstanding bowl game performances in lighting up pretty good defenses as well. So I'll turn it over to Tim and Matt because they have much to ask you about, Matt.
So, Matt, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you. We talked about the new defensive coordinators, and we talked about prolific offenses, right? So that's something that they've got down. Had some issues. Both sides had issues on defense last year. USC has brought in Danton Lynn. You guys have Blake Baker coming off that really good run with Missouri. What have you seen? What's right away? We got some shocks with Danton Lynn. We got a lot. What's giving you the most confidence with Baker coming onto the scene?
Well, maybe there's not a large sample size, right? So Blake was at LSU for a season before Brian Kelly was hired. When Brian Kelly was hired, he didn't retain Blake Baker. And now 2 years later, he's hired him back as his defensive coordinator. But I think internally they would tell you that Blake needed that experience at Missouri to go be a defensive coordinator in the SEC. And I mean, you talk about parallels, guys, it's interesting because the defense he inherited at Missouri was triple digits in total defense. They were in the 118, 116, all the major categories. And in year one, he brought him into the top 40. So I think the hope here from an optimist standpoint is that there's a similar turnaround. I think Blake is really relatable. He's a young guy. He's an oddity in coaching in that he actually wears cleats to practice and he'll get in the drills and run around. I don't know that he's got the horses that LSU is used to having. It's going to take some time to get that back. But guys, no matter what, there's just no excuse for an LSU defense to ever be as bad as they were a year ago. They were statistically, guys, literally the worst defense in LSU history. And there was enough talent. I mean, you had 3 defensive linemen drafted off that team. You had talent. And I'm not saying you should have been a top 10, top 20, top 30 defense. But to be 106th in total defense, 118th in pass or whatever it was, that's unacceptable. So long way of answering your question, for Blake Baker, it really is just be competent and maximize the talent you have and be good enough to complement a really good offense. I don't think this defense needs to be a top 20 defense for LSU to have a chance to be a playoff team. They just need to not be the worst defense in program history. And I think that's the expectation for Blake in year one.
I think the parallels are eerily similar between the two programs on that as well.
We saw D'Anton Lynn as well. I mean, look, when he was the DC there at UCLA when LSU opened up in the Rose Bowl in 2021. So it's odd for two teams, in different conferences, different parts of the country to have this many similarities and crossovers. But I mean, it is kind of like that Spider-Man vibe where like they're looking at each other and pointing. Like that's kind of what LSU and USC are going into this game.
So, Matt, Mark made reference to the quarterbacks. And, of course, Garrett Nussmeier can't be like Jaden Daniels. He has to be himself. Miller Moss, he's not going to be like Caleb Williams. He has to be himself. And there's an obvious thought process, philosophy that because these guys aren't super duper stars, they're not proven quarterbacks the way their predecessors were and are, that the way to approach this week 1 game is ball control, short passes, keep it simple, high percentage, put them in positions to succeed and not overextend them, not overload them. Don't expect them to be the hero. But on the other hand, both of these teams had secondaries, which were Swiss cheese last year. And so there's a thought process that the matchups to hunt when these teams have the ball, it's throwing vertically. So how do you think Brian Kelly and his staff are going to balance safety and percentage plays versus aggression and vertical shots with Garrett Nussmeier?
Yeah, well, if you look at LSU's roster, the single biggest strength, and this is not even debatable in any conversation, is the offensive line. They returned 4 starters. The tackles, look at any mock draft, and you will see Will Campbell, LSU's left tackle, as a top 10 pick, and you'll see Emory Jones, the right tackle, as a first-round pick, somewhere probably in the 20s or teens. Your 2 starting guards, Garrett Dellinger is going to be a 4-year starter, and Miles Frazier, who transferred in a couple of years ago from FIU, who was a freshman All-American at Florida International. He's now started for 3 years at LSU. They are experienced and talented and all that stuff. So if you're not putting yourself in position to succeed behind that offensive line, that's just silly. Now, so I do expect that they will try to run the ball and play around the line of scrimmage and play to the strengths of that line. Now, LSU's got a bunch of game breakers on the outside, which we can talk about. The other interesting thing, guys, is, and this is one difference with SC and LSU, obviously, the SC is still Lincoln Riley's offense. I mean, the conductor of the train is still there. LSU is replacing Mike Denbrock. So Mike Denbrock was the OC, who was a Broyles finalist and is a super experienced play caller that Brian Kelly hired when he got the LSU job. They'd worked together at Notre Dame, but Denbrock was the OC of that Cincinnati team, if you remember, with Desmond Ritter that played Georgia in that Peach Bowl. And Denbrock was awesome. Well, Denbrock's gone back to Notre Dame now. And so Joe Sloan, who was the quarterback's coach, has been promoted to OC. So there is a little bit of an unknown there as far as what this offense is going to look like with Joe Sloan. Now, he did call plays in the bowl game, but, I think that is an unknown, and that could be a benefit for LSU, that there'll be a little bit of an element of you're not sure how Sloan will conduct a game. But there's also the flip side of that, which is when you haven't called 100, 200 games, there probably is that experience and growth factor throughout that as well.
Tim.
I'm sorry, I'm pulling the chat. Matt, go ahead. I'm sorry, I've got 2 things going on once.
All right. So, Matt, here at USC, one of the things we've certainly been struggling with in the offseason has been landing defensive tackles in the portal. And I know LSU had some similar struggles. So, at USC, our conversation is...
Dude, we are the spider. We're just pointing at each other. We're looking the same in the mirror.
That's right. So what are people saying at LSU about the notion of, we shouldn't overpay, or we need to overpay? If you have a position of need or an acute weakness, you need to do more, go harder for those transfer portal prospects. How is the LSU community handling the same debate that we're having here at USC pretty much every week at the Voice of College Football?
Well, I think there's got to be a degree of realism. So I know Brian Kelly's comments a couple of weeks ago, caught fire when he said, we're not in the business of buying players. The disappointing thing about that, the reaction to that, I should say, is that Brian Kelly, you guys know this, when you're an interviewer, what you would really love are thoughtful answers with context and candor. And Brian Kelly had about a 3.5-minute back and forth about that whole topic, but all anybody latched onto was that one phrase. I mean, guys, LSU has the number one player in the country for 2025 committed. He's a quarterback, Bryce Underwood, out of Michigan. Listen, Gumbo and Etouffee are awesome, and I think Southern women are beautiful, but Bryce Underwood didn't commit to LSU because of Gumbo and Southern women, okay? Like, LSU has a lot to offer. They've had 2 Heisman Trophy winners since 2019, and there's a lot to offer. But you're naive if you don't think NIL is part of that. So, of course, LSU is involved in NIL. They're certainly not as wealthy as some other places are, with the coffers that like an Ohio State or Ole Miss has even shown of late. But the way Brian Kelly is going about building this roster, we'll see if it works. But since the day he showed up on campus, his approach has been, we're going to build and develop through the high school ranks, and we'll supplement in the transfer portal. And so they're not just going to go. I'll give you just a very descriptive answer. So the player that he was talking about, a defensive lineman, was Dominic Williams from TCU. And Dominic Williams, had they landed him, would have been immediately the most experienced and veteran defensive tackle that they would have had. But Dominic Williams had a 7-figure ask of the LSU collective. That would have been more than double the highest paid player on LSU's team right now. And I just told you they got Will Campbell on the team, who's a projected top 10 pick and has started every game at left tackle since he was game 1 of true freshman season. That's what Brian Kelly was alluding to. And I don't know if that strategy is going to work. Guys, maybe the Ole Miss strategy of, hey, we're going to lose 25 guys, sign 24, and go spend $15, $17 million. Maybe that's the strategy that's going to work in the NIL era, especially in a 12-team playoff. That's another variable we don't know. So I think on one hand, LSU fans are a little apprehensive because it's very obvious there are programs that have more money and are spending more money. But the other part of it, too, is I think you can respect what Brian Kelly is trying to build. It's just a matter of, will it work this way? And, this is year 3, and he's had back-to-back 10-win seasons. And it'll be a pretty interesting telltale if they're able to take that next stair step and, get to 10, 11 wins in the regular season and get into a 12-team playoff. But I think that's the natural progression everybody's looking for. But, what he inherited was a mess, guys, and he has turned the program around rapidly and put them in position to compete. So while yes, there's some trepidation, I think there's also the flip side of it, which is excitement over what he's built and some buy-in because the results have been there.
So we've heard a little about the offensive line, but if LSU is going to beat USC offensively, where do you think that they'll have the best matchup? Where do you think that LSU has the advantage?
Well, candidly, I can't say I know the USC roster as well as you guys do. But I will tell you, outside of LSU's offensive line, the position group that this will probably surprise people, but they've got a bunch of freak shows at receiver again. And y'all remember a decade ago, like LSU was a quarterback graveyard. Like they literally didn't even throw the ball. It was just this constant point of frustration to see guys that LSU would pump into the NFL at receiver that they just didn't utilize under Les Miles. But if it was Odell and Jarvis to, Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson and now Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors, like LSU has just had this pipeline of dudes they've pumped into the league, and they've got the next crop of them ready to roll. I mean, I don't need to rattle off a bunch of names, but just know Kyron Lacey. He wears number 2. He thought about going to the draft last year. He'll come back, and he's a dude that's every bit a number 1 first-round pick talent. He was just overshadowed by 2 dudes that, went in the first round last year. But Kyron Lacey's a guy that I would be really surprised if SC fans didn't get to know a lot on September 1.
Matt, for as loaded as that wide receiver room is, we are accustomed to the LSU running back room being just as loaded. And it's been about 3 or 4 years since they've had the kind of dudes that we're used to seeing. And it really doesn't appear, please correct me if I'm wrong, as though they're going to have that kind of back this year.
So they're very thin. It was so interesting. Last year in fall camp, they had 8 scholarship running backs. And so Brian Kelly kept getting peppered with this question, like, what are you going to do with 8 running backs? And his response was always, well, eventually, it sorts itself out. And it did. But of those 8, 5 or 4 now are gone because John Emery decided to return. I don't know if y'all noticed, but if y'all saw that he had it looked like he was going to commit to UCLA as a transfer, and just over the weekend announced he's coming back to LSU. Well, I mean, the name that everyone here is very excited about is Caleb Jackson. So he's a kid from Baton Rouge. He was a high 4-star. And if you go look up a highlight, guys, there was a play against Mississippi State last year where he just dump trucked a kid on the sideline, and it was one of those viral clips. Mark, he looks kind of like the back you're describing. He looks like Fournette or Jeremy Hill or one of those guys that's the big 230-pound guy that has great foot speed but can also run you over. He looks the part. I think a lot of people here are very excited to see him get 200 carries this year to see what that looks like. Josh Williams is back for a 6th season. Josh probably isn't an NFL running back, guys. He's just a really good college football player. Started his career as a walk-on and has just become a very valued piece. I mean, he does everything. He can pass protect, he can run, he can catch the ball. Like he's not going to be on anybody's all-American, all-conference list, but he's just a really, really good college football player. And then they got a freshman coming in, Caden Durham, who's a blue chip from Duncanville, Texas, and people are really excited about him, but he'll probably have to wait his turn, especially if Caleb Jackson has the type of season most expect. But Mark, you're right. I mean, they're thin, and there's not a lot of big time experience in that running back room. There's some talent for sure, but experience, skins on the wall, that's what they lack for certain this year.
All right, Matt, another parallel USC and LSU conversations, very similar this offseason. One of the conversations at USC on the defensive side of the ball, what has to be fixed first? Obviously, everything needs to be fixed because the defense was just so horrible last year at both places. So at USC, we've been having the conversation. How much of it is scheme? How much of it is culture? How much of it is not having the dudes? So I just present that to you. How much of fixing this mess is scheme? How much of it is culture? How much of it is having better dudes?
Well, I don't think it's culture because I think they've built a good culture and you have buy-in. I think last year you had this awful confluence of circumstance where you definitely did not, like, it's so odd to say this at a place like LSU, which kind of became known as DBU, kind of in that conversation with Florida and Ohio State, whatever. I mean, I don't really care. I'm not trying to have that argument, but you know the list of names that they've pumped into the NFL at that position. And guys, there wasn't a single draftable player in LSU secondary. So you got to have an increase in talent. Now they hit the portal and they got some freshmen coming in, and we'll see how much that closes that gap, from a year ago. But another big part of it too was the scheme, where I don't think Matt House, who was the defensive coordinator a year ago, who's a smart guy and has had success, I just don't think he related to his players and communicated his defensive concepts well enough, and they certainly didn't adjust. So, yes, the dudes is part of it. But even with the players LSU had, that's still no excuse to be as bad as they were. And guys, it wasn't just like it was SEC games. I mean, we saw Grambling out of the SWAC in week 2 toasting LSU. There's no excuse ever for it. So that's where you can say, look, I don't care how good the kid from Grambling is. He's not better than the kid in purple and gold. And when you're getting beat by 15 yards, you're not where you're supposed to be. Like, you don't have to know X's and O's and be able to diagram defense to go, that ain't right. So that's where I think the hope is Blake Baker coming in can close that gap a little bit.
Spider-Man meme just continues, doesn't it, Matt? It's just amazing. Everything you're saying, I'm just like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Episode.
Yeah. So Brian Kelly going to LSU. Talk about your odd couple situation. I know it's been a couple years now for you guys to digest it. How is he doing down there? And again, the issue with the defense. How long? Assuming worst case scenario, they don't get the defense sorted out. How long of a leash does he have down there?
He's got like a $70 million leash. He ain't going nowhere, man. For better or worse, LSU and Brian Kelly are financially woven together for the duration of his contract. They gave him a 10-year deal, where he is owed 90% of the remaining amount of his contract if they fire him. So I think after this year, if they were to fire him, it would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $68 million. And that's just never going to happen here, ever. So they are pot committed, and Kelly is here for the duration. So there, that sort of answers that question. As far as how he's assimilated, guys, I know that Louisiana, and in particular the southern part of this state, is so culturally different from everywhere else, even in the South, right? I mean, there's the Cajun and Creole culture here. We spell things funny and we eat things that look funny, and I get it. But more than anything, people here want two things. They want you to embrace the culture, and they want you to win. And I've pointed this out for as long as people have asked me this question. As you can imagine, I get that a lot. The winningest coach in the history of LSU athletics is Skip Bertman, the baseball coach who won 5 national titles here. Skip Bertman is a Jewish guy who was born in Detroit and grew up in Miami. Like, Louisiana is very heavily Catholic. Dale Brown was the winningest basketball coach, and when he retired, he was second only to Adolph Rupp in the history of the SEC. Dale Brown was from Minot, North Dakota. The winningest football coach, most successful football coach here was Nick Saban, who was a Midwesterner, was from West Virginia, and spent most of his career in the Midwest. It don't matter if you know how to spell Chifuncta or andouille or you like gumbo. You just got to embrace the culture here, and you have to win. And if you do that, the people here will love you forever. They will embrace you. Like, if it's a weird thing here where we know we're different, but we love that we're different. Not for the sake of being different, because it's the culture that we all grew up in. And if you embrace it, man, we'll wrap our arms around you and love you forever. That's why people like Drew Brees who have come here stay when they could go anywhere in the world, because it becomes part of you if you let it. And I think Brian Kelly and his family have done a great job of that, man. And most importantly, he's won games. He's won games too. So yeah, I think Brian Kelly's done fine.
So I'm going to ask you a question, Matt, off of what you just said, that I don't think anyone would anticipate me asking this question, but why were you able to cut through all that and maintain that broadcasting diction and non-dialect?
Mark, you and I have known each other long enough, man. I don't really have an accent, do I? I mean, yeah, if you go about 40 miles south of where I am, you'd have a lot of people that talk like Coach O, for example. But yeah, I mean, y'all love Coach O, but nah, man. I grew up in it, man. I look at it and go, man, how do you not know how to spell etouffee and andouille and chifuncta and chapatulas?
It's been a while since SC's played LSU. They're both the home and away way back when I was like a little kid. But there was that thing that happened in 2003.
Yeah.
And so we can't really invent a rivalry because there's not much of one, right? The two teams haven't played each other.
Right.
But both sides, you say 2003, and right away, both sides just get up for that situation. What is the fever like down there? Has it been talked about at all recently, or is it maybe just in my mind that there's going to be some, not amongst the players because they have no idea what happened in 2003, but amongst the fan base, and the media, is it something that's brewing? Is it a conversation that you've heard at all?
I think as we get closer, we'll start to hear it. And guys, look, so I was that was my senior year at LSU. So I love that 03 LSU team. And, senior at LSU, Matty Moe over here was fully invested in that conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There were a lot of pickup trucks around Baton Rouge with FUSC bumper stickers for a long time here. There's probably still some rolling around. But I think time passes and that stuff sort of moves on. The point that I've always made is, and the system is what it is. It was the BCS. LSU won the BCS championship. But if the shoe were on the other foot and LSU didn't get an opportunity to play in the game and had won the AP title, you better believe LSU fans would claim the AP title as well. And it just speaks to what the system was and all the imperfections in it and how we've moved more toward a better system. I still don't think it's perfect, but 4 was better than 2, and I think 12 is better than 4. And I don't know that we're done expanding it either. But I think we will absolutely get a lot of those retrospectives as we get closer to the game. And I think it'll be really fun to look back at both of those teams, which I know both fan bases hold very dear, to their hearts, because for LSU guys, that was the first title in 45 years. And for a lot of fans, they came and went without ever seeing it. And for people like me who grew up watching LSU struggle, you thought that was like forbidden fruit. It was something that could never happen. So, for that team to win it, I've been fortunate enough to be at all the LSU national championship, except for 1958. I wasn't alive. But that was a really special one to be at. And I don't know, man, I still remember the White House when both SC and LSU went. And then President Bush said, why we got a big lawn right here? Why don't we get some pads and play it out here? It was a pretty good moment. So more than anything, I think I look forward to any opportunity to look back at that 2003 team because they were pretty awesome.
I think we can all agree, whether you root for USC or LSU, or most notably, probably college football fans that are unbiased that didn't root for either one, but wanted to see that game play, that we can all agree that would have been the game to watch. Of course, the Oklahoma LSU game, if you just pick up a box score or don't look at the box score, just look at the final score, it looked like a close game, but it was not a close game.
Man, that LSU defense was something, man. Golly, when Marcus Spears had the pick six to start the second half and LSU went up 14, I pulled a cigar out of my pocket and was like waving it around because I just knew that defense wasn't blowing a 14-point lead. It was a different day, different era of college football, obviously, but that defense wasn't giving up a 14-point lead to anybody. That was obviously Nick Saban, his first title, and boy, there was NFL talent all over that field. They were fun to watch. I wish that defense played at LSU a year ago. They'd have another national title.
I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind a 2000 defense at USC right now as well. So I hear you. Believe me.
Absolutely.
Matt,
So, Matt, go ahead. Well, I was just going to ask you about the expectations of this team. Is it one of those deals, man? We just keep going back.
Go ahead. Yeah.
You go. No, I go.
You need a buzzer. I need a buzzer.
So expectations, is it simply meet the 12-team playoff, get there, and that's a successful season regardless of what happens in the playoff? Miss the 12-team playoff, bad season.
Yeah, if they miss, I think, tell me if you guys disagree with this, because I'm curious how the conversation goes across different leagues, and y'all are looking at it through a different prism now, obviously with the Big Ten. But the consensus here is the SEC is going to get 2 for sure, and probably 3 in most every year. In a really, really odd, one-off, strange scenario, you might get 4. And you can go look at final rankings throughout the past, decade, 2 decades, and see that pretty much pans out. I don't know what that might look like in the Big Ten, and especially now with an expanded Big Ten. But I think the general feeling here is you got to be 10-2. If you're 10-2, you're going to get in the SEC. You're going to get in a 12-team playoff. Here's the odd thing. Everyone sort of roundly agrees Georgia and Texas are going to be in. Like, their schedules shape out, their rosters are great. Those 2 teams, if they're not there, something went terribly, terribly wrong. So really what you have then is this clump of LSU, Bama, Ole Miss, Missouri, Tennessee, these 5 teams that are probably all vying for one spot. And so I think that group of 5 teams, one fan base is going to be really happy, and the other 4 are really not. So if you're LSU, you can look at it and say, well, you get Ole Miss and Bama at home, and Vanderbilt rotates on the schedule, so that's always a plus. So maybe for LSU, it's that year where they're the team that goes 10-2 and makes it in the playoff. And if that's the case, then I think people will look and say, all right, that's another step of progress under Brian Kelly. Another 9-3 season is going to probably feel like you're just like, are you bumping up against the glass ceiling? How do you break through? And that sort of perpetual state of mediocrity is a terrible place to be, because you're close enough that you feel like you can taste it, but you're far enough away to where is it actually a reality? So, that's when you kind of start to have to make real decisions about culture and direction of the program, et cetera. So, Mark, I don't know if I really answered your question, man, but I think 10-2, if they don't get to 10-2 this year, I mean, that means you probably lost to Bama, you probably lost to Ole Miss, and then you dropped another one somewhere else that you probably weren't expecting to drop. And I think people would be real disappointed if that happened.
I have not seen the magazine, but apparently Lindy's is predicting 5 SEC teams in the playoffs.
I think that's crazy. That's just math, guys. I don't know how, and look, I'll be at SEC Media Days in a few weeks, and I'll see Lindy there, and I'll see Lynn Scarborough, who are good friends of mine. I can't imagine how does the math work that 5 SEC teams, 5 teams from any league would get into a playoff?
The only way I can think of it is because I've seen it in the Pac-12, is if the Big Ten beat the crap out of itself. Meaning, and there's got to be some actually on top of that, you have to have some out of conference losses. But I don't know if you can get the only problem is if the Big Ten only got 1 team in, because the top teams all beat up on each other.
If it can, but guys, that's the kind of thing where I'm saying, I think if a league cannibalizes itself, that might open the door in a weird one-off to get 4. And guys, just think of it like Bama and Tennessee play each other. Bama and Ole Miss play each other. LSU and Ole Miss play each other. LSU and Bama play each other. A lot of those teams we're talking about that are in that group of 5, they're all going to play each other. So I think what's going to happen is you'll have your top 2, which I think we're all expecting to be Georgia, Texas. And then the process of elimination is going to come based on head-to-head matchups in that group that we talked about. I mean, I'm confident saying the SEC will get 3. Man, beyond that, it just really feels like it's going to take a weird scenario to unfold to get 4. 5 feels like, I would have to see the math, how that all plays out. I don't know how you'd get to 5 from one league.
Well, Matt,
this is what I was going to ask about, and it really flows into the conversation that we're having right now. And that is that, if you lose 2 games, you get in. And so I think part of that forecast is that Lindy's thinks that there are going to be a lot of 10-2 teams. So they're going to bump each other, but only twice. There's going to be that even distribution, right? It's like how you get NCAA tournament bids. You balance the wins and losses in your conference just enough to spread the wealth around. My question is, the SEC is still at 8 league games this year, and that might also be a factor. That the SEC is playing 8, the Big Ten is playing 9. So that could also be a reason. And I want to get your thoughts on that. That the SEC held out for another year with 8. What is the view among the LSU community, but also in the wider SEC community, in terms of playing 8 versus 9? Because when Texas and Oklahoma, it was announced that they would join the SEC, I thought, slam dunk, they're going to 9. It's going to happen right away. It didn't. So how are people viewing the 8 versus 9 conversation in the SEC?
Yeah, I've had this conversation with Greg Sankey, the SEC commissioner, seemingly every year at media days when we sit down. And there's a couple of factors. Number one, if you go from 8 to 9, you are guaranteeing half of your league another loss, right? You are guaranteeing another loss to half of your league. So without the playoff expansion, there was no shot. They were not going to 9 because you weren't going to cut off your nose to spite your face. The other key component was TV. So if the SEC expanded and went to 9 league games, they're adding league inventory for their TV partners. Well, the contract is structured such that if in the event of expansion or changes in the schedule, the 2 sides would come together in good faith and renegotiate the deal. Well, ESPN, which just agreed to a massive deal with the SEC, wasn't clearly willing to renegotiate and pay more for more SEC inventory. So the league is saying, well, we're not just going to give you more league inventory without being compensated for it. We're not going to facilitate another weekend of conference games without the financial benefit, which is prudent, and I get it. So, but I also think, guys, that's the inherent problem with college football. The fact that we don't just have a schedule where everybody plays 11 or 12 Power 5 or Power 4 games and schedules are equitable and you play it out and you have a fair playoff structure that allows people to lose a game because you're giving the fans a great game in the regular season and still make it in. You know, teams are allowed to get better as the season goes along. Like there's no rule against getting better from week 1 to week 12. So like I'm pumped that LSU and NSC are playing. Like I saw the story about Lincoln Riley, you know, saying, "Oh, he's trying to get out of the LSU game." Hell, I don't blame him. I mean, you're going into the Big Ten. You have a 9-game league schedule. You got LSU and Notre Dame. You got one breather of a game. Like you're not playing an equitable schedule, and you're at a place that has tremendous expectation. And I mean, I get it. But think about how like backwards that is as football fans. We're sitting here in June and talking about a game in September because people are excited about it. And one of the coaches was saying, "I don't know if it's worth playing that game." Well, like, it's just the wrong way of. I'm not saying like he's wrong for thinking that way. He's got to protect his team, his program, their opportunity to play into a postseason. But in so doing, you'd be robbing fans of a great game that everybody's excited to see. So that's why I hope, man, we eventually. So you just wound me up and set me off on something that's like a huge pet peeve of mine. Like this is a major passion point for me. It's like we have got to get to a point where we stop seeing LSU against Nichols ever. Like it is not the Power Four's job to fund the Group of Five. Nobody wants to see those games ever. You give me 11 or 12 games of power teams against each other that's fair and equitable across the country where we can see great games across every weekend. It's such an abomination that I sit there and watch the SEC in the second to last week in November and everybody's playing FCS schools. Like, what are we doing? So that's I don't even know why I started on this. I don't know why y'all sent me down this path, but whatever. I started going, and that's my point. I don't know what my point was.
It's all part of a larger whole.
Play better games and stop with the crap games nobody wants to see.
It's my job, Matt, to bring these two back, usually to USC, as they wander off into the SEC or the Big Ten or whatever. So I'm going to pull them back a little bit because Gerardo has a question for you.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying, would you agree USC has a better offensive play caller and perhaps the better defensive coordinator staff? Do you feel LSU has better talent to offset and win the game?
Well, the play caller, that's an easy one. I mean, Lincoln Riley is one of the best in college football. And I don't even know that I would, that anybody could argue. But I think if you're saying Lincoln Riley against Joe Sloan, we're probably looking at it the wrong way. That sometimes when we look at like quarterback matchups, well, the quarterbacks aren't on the field at the same time. The thing that I would look at is, okay, Lincoln Riley against Blake Baker's defense and then Joe Sloan against Lynn's defense and how that matchup may go. I mean, I know Vegas has LSU about a touchdown favorite in the game, which quite honestly, guys, is a little surprising to me because I don't know if y'all paid attention to this, but LSU hasn't won a season opener since 2019. In the COVID year, they lost to Mississippi State at home. In 21, they went out to the Rose Bowl and lost to UCLA. In the last 2 years, they lost to Florida State, once in New Orleans and once in Orlando. So, like, I kind of want to see LSU win one of these for a change. Like, there's a lot of people last year that started screaming, like, why not schedule a week 0 game? Clearly, your team needs a tune-up to get there. But, you know, as far as the DC and the staff, I can't speak to every member of USC staff. So again, like I would have to defer to you guys. But Brian Kelly had a major overhaul of his staff, and they brought in Bo Davis as the defensive line coach from Texas, who's pretty widely regarded as one of the best, if not the best, defensive line coach. You know, Corey Raymond, who Brian Kelly did not retain when he was hired, has brought him back. Corey is the guy that sort of built the DBU thing for a decade here. They are, Blake Baker's coaching linebackers. They're undeniably a better staff defensively. I don't know how it matches up, staff member to staff member against USC, but it is a dramatically different reality this year on LSU's defensive staff than a year ago. Guys, I mean, the cornerbacks coach was a guy named Robert Steeples, whose first job in major college football was LSU's DB coach. That was just Brian Kelly made a couple of bad hires, when he got here. And and he's rectifying that.
Yeah, I can't confirm or deny that the reason why I'm known as the resident not big fan of Brian Kelly is the fact those years at Notre Dame. But one thing is true: once he kind of figured out that staff after they hit bottom at Notre Dame, and he did that big switch up, it worked out really well for Notre Dame. So that might be the case for LSU as well.
You know, the one of the really interesting things about LSU, guys, is this. I have this theory that LSU is one of 3 programs in America that have this very rare advantage, and that you're the only Power 5 or now Power 4 in a talent-rich state. And per capita, as odd as this sounds, Louisiana puts more players into Division I college football than anywhere per capita.
In the NFL, correct?
In the NFL as well. So it's right there with Florida, with Texas, with California, with Georgia, with Ohio. So it's a super talent-rich state, but LSU is the only game in town. They're not going to get every player, but they're going to get a lot of them. I mean, and it's LSU, it's Georgia. With respect to Georgia Tech, they're just fishing in a different pond, and it's Ohio State. There's other states where, like Arkansas, for example. Arkansas is the only Power 5 in their state, but there's no talent in Arkansas. So, you know, what Brian Kelly really had to figure out, guys, when he got here was, and I use this example, and I hate to use it because it sounds like I'm calling out a kid, and it's not his fault, but you know, his first recruiting class, they recruited a kid named Jeremiah Hughes out of Gorman in Las Vegas. And Hughes was a 3-star cornerback. Guys, like, I could throw a rock from my home and hit 5 3-star cornerbacks in this state. It's just there was no reason to get on a plane and fly to Vegas to recruit a 3-star cornerback. And what you've seen over the last 2 years of Brian Kelly is he shrunk that circle, man. Like, from that first year, I think, where maybe there were, 10 or 12 states represented, to like this last year was 4. It's like everybody from Louisiana, you got a couple of kids from Texas, a couple of kids from Georgia, maybe like one from Alabama, and that's it. And that's really all you got to do. And he's done that with his staff as well. Like Corey Raymond played at LSU. Frank Wilson is a guy from New Orleans who's on staff and is the recruiting coordinator now. Joe Sloan's coached in Louisiana for 10 years. Bo Davis played at LSU. So you got a lot of guys that know the culture as well. So like it took him a couple of years to really figure it out, but it feels like he's got it figured out. And guys, I mean, LSU's got the number 2 recruiting class in the country for 25. And if you go look at the 2026 rankings, like 3 of the top 5 players in the country are all within an hour of LSU's campus. And like, he's got a bumper crop these next 2 years that if he executes, LSU could really be in a position again to compete for a national championship. It took him a couple of years to really figure it out, but he's zeroed in. Now he's got to execute.
One more parallel between these 2 programs, Matt: special teams. Brian Kelly's special teams, so many struggles. You mentioned, LSU's inability to win openers. There was that infamous blunder against Florida State in the Superdome. And USC, Lincoln Riley doesn't have a special teams coordinator. He's tried to wing it. He's tried to do coach by committee. No, he's fallen splat on his face. What's the sense of Brian Kelly being able to fix or at least stabilize LSU's special teams so it's at least patched up and it can weather the storm this year?
Well, it's going to be one of those things that until I see it, it's going to be hard to believe that they've actually fixed it. So one of the coaches they brought in this year, Slade Nagel, he'll be the tight ends coach and he'll coach special teams again, but he's not a dedicated special teams coordinator. And Slade's got a long history coaching special teams. Back to when Brian Kelly was hired, guys, like, if you went position by position on his staff, I think he upgraded everywhere except 2 spots. One is what we just talked about with Corey Raymond, where he brought in Robert Steeples, and the other was special teams. Greg McMahon was the special teams coordinator who was awesome. I mean, he spent a lifetime in the NFL coaching the Saints, and LSU was one of the best special teams programs in America under Greg McMahon when Ed Ogeron was the coach. And Kelly brought in Brian Polian and, again, kind of had him wing it a little bit. Special teams coordinator, recruiting coordinator, a little of this, a little of that. And it was a disaster. They just brought in a punter out of the portal. They have actually been consistent with Damian Ramos as their place kicker. If we end up seeing a close game on September the 1st, I'd feel comfortable with Ramos, lining up to kick. He's not the one that missed the kick 2 years ago against Florida State in the Dome, but the PAT. But Ramos is a guy I think they have a lot of confidence in. They brought in Xavion Thomas from Mississippi State out of the portal. He's a New Orleans kid who's a receiver. Is also probably going to return kicks and punts. I mean, you can tell there's a lot of trepidation. It's they can give me a lot of answers. They can tell me they like where they are, but it really is a you got to see it to believe it type thing.
That resignation in your voice, we've had that at USC the past few years under Lincoln Riley.
Guys, 2 years ago when LSU opened up against Florida State in the Superdome, Malik Neighbors, who was just the 5th pick of the draft, Malik Neighbors, he muffed 2 punts in the Dome and then never returned another punt. And it's flabbergasting, as dynamic and electric and amazing as we all saw that guy is. The 5th pick of the draft. And you couldn't work with him enough just to get him to catch the ball. and so instead, you're losing 40 yards of field position because you don't have guys that can field a punt. And so, man, it's been tough the last 2 years to watch special teams. Yes, it has.
We can relate.
Oh, Tim, you're on mute.
The Cotton Bowl kickoff. It's all coming back to me. These ideas about special teams losing field position. That was a big one as well.
Matt, we so much appreciate you being here. Matt Zemek, Tim, any other questions for Matt?
No, I just want to thank you, Matt, for coming on. Love picking your brain about it. Appreciate you giving our viewers, just a little breakdown of what's going on in Baton Rouge. So thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure, guys. Are y'all going to be in Vegas?
I will be.
Cool. Yeah, we'll be down there, man. We're going to be doing shows. Our whole lineup will be doing shows at the sports book at the MGM Grand. So they have a studio in there. So we'll be set up for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and probably Monday as well. So looking forward to getting there, man. Excited for a big opener, and hoping you all have a terrible, terrible Labor Day weekend.
Thanks again.
And folks, once again, if you can spell his name, and you don't even need to spell his name, we've done that for you. I finally figured it out after Matt was on 7 or 8 times. There it is on the banner right there. So there we go, Matt Moscona. Matt, you're amazing. We appreciate it. Have a great time. But of course, these guys would say not such a great time on Labor Day weekend in Vegas.